Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Okay, you're doing this thing now that bothers me.
What?
You're not doing da-da-da. You're just going, ah. Ah. Like you're someone.
Never enough for you.
Ah. I'm sure people are changing the station where we're just yelling, ah. It's a Tuesday morning at the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
44 degrees right now.
It's nice.
We are going to peak at 60 at noon.
Sweet.
And then, much like Tommy's mom, going down from there. Look at it like 45 around 6 o'clock tonight. And tomorrow will be the last cold day of the week. 36 is the high.
Yeah.
Then it climbs up again. And one more time, we'll be doing it all week. You're far too early. St. Patrick's Day parade forecast.
It's looking good. Friday and Saturday look awesome.
High of 61 on Saturday, a little bit windy on Saturday. We could be diddling 70 depending on where you are on Friday.
So it's grilling time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Get that Blackstone out.
Oh, it's rolling.
Make it happen. All right, you bring up an interesting point
What's
because
that?
beautiful night last night,
Mm-hmm.
right? We hit 60 in some places last night. Going to be nice again into the 50s, you know. Okay. You want to get outside
Yes.
in your neighborhood.
You're itching.
Yeah. But what is there to do outside right now?
Yeah. Too early to pull out, like, your outdoor furniture, right?
I don't know. Why don't we ask Captain Furniture over
I mean, I'm
here?
going to say yes based on the how much it costs. You don't want it to get ruined.
We put out our old set.
Wait, you still have your old set?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
keeps a backup
Well,
set
I'm
of
just
furniture.
surprised.
It's
No,
like
you
it's
know,
like junkier stuff.
Okay.
It's the Frank Reich of lawn furniture.
so the
I got-
backups are out. It's backup season.
Yeah, so I put out the backup 2 chairs and a table, so I could have a drink outside last night. It was nice. Dog played in the yard. I got all the crap picked up. It was a pleasant night. It's so refreshing.
That is the most neurotic thing
It
I've
is.
ever heard in my
Seems-
life.
It just seems like a lot of work just to have, like, take out backup furniture, put backup furniture away, take out regular furniture.
No,
You know
but
what I mean?
the backup furniture stays out for about a month, and then the
right.
regular stuff comes out.
You
But
just-
it's just nice to sit.
You can just buy a folding chair. What is
I'd
that?
rather borrow one from you.
That folding chair.
What's wrong with a folding chair?
I know, especially this time of year.
Chintz.
Pop it out.
Nobody.
If you fold,
back.
you chintz.
Shut
I'm
up.
not at a little league game.
There are plenty of people who use folding
Sitting
chairs
in
as
the
their standard
backyard.
backyard furniture.
Okay.
Well, I got folding chairs around my
No,
fire
you
pit.
don't. You bought all
Around
that
my-
high-end Miami crap.
I bought one couch.
They
that
had
was
that
on
crescent moon
super
thing.
sale, which, by the way, is now ripped. I'm not happy about it.
How'd it get ripped?
I don't know. It just
He doesn't
happened.
put it away.
No, you can't put it away. It's too big.
It's huge.
It's
It is
massive.
Big. It's large.
And buying
It's
wicker
like a day bed.
buying wicker furniture as a large man was not a smart idea to begin with.
Yeah, it
You always
pinches.
gotta always check the weight capacity.
Every time I sit down, I can hear parts of it cracking, so I don't even sit in it anymore. But no, I got folding chairs around my fire pit. It looks classy as F.
Classy as F.
Classy as F. Man on CMF. Okay, so you're going to sit outside.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, someone like you.
Yeah.
I mean, you felt that itch to get outside and do
Yeah,
something.
I mean, like I said, I was out in my backyard watching the dog roll around and thinking like, oh yeah, it's too early to commit to outside. Like it was nice to get a little sun like on my face, but other than that, I wasn't like, grabbing all the summer stuff yet.
Okay, because last night I decided I had to do something outside.
Yeah.
So I went for a little run.
Okay.
Right, so I'm going to soak that in. But like everybody was out walking,
Yeah, everybody's just taking a stroll, walking a dog, riding a bike.
getting the
It's
outside
like, you
walking.
forget what your neighbors looked like for a while.
Which I'm fine with, by the way, because like here's the other thing.
What's that?
I don't know about your neighborhoods, but everything's turning over so quick with like houses and people buying stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't recognize half the people that were walking around, but then again, I don't pay enough attention to my neighbors. Maybe they've always lived there, and I just
Maybe
had
the
no-
kids grew up and you didn't realize.
Yeah, over in the winter time.
Well, some kids shoot up. They do.
Well, maybe to you. Wow. 6 inches. Wow. No, I feel like today also, like I don't want to waste the nice weather, but I have nothing outside to
you
do.
go out and do a little yard work.
But there's no
That's
yard
what I did.
work.
Pick up all the crap. I picked up all the twigs and branches
Yeah, I
and
don't
crap.
wanna- I don't wanna
Got
do
that all down to the curb. You got to have a ton of dog crap.
Oh, I
in
do.
your
I'm
yard.
not touching it yet.
Well, you don't touch it?
Well, I mean, it's like
I had at least 2 months of dumps out there. So I had like this gigantic chase picking bucket that I've been using for years. And it was like half full of just dung.
yeah, and poop that you barehand to get into the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was because it's half frozen. You could just pop it out of the ground.
Again, nobody touches dog crap with their bare hands but you.
Farmers do.
No.
The Amish. The
Are you
Amish don't
sure?
even wear gloves.
Are you sure?
Amish do not wear gloves.
There's no gloves in Amish country.
No, because it's a sin to cover your hands in
Okay.
front of the Lord.
First of all, Amish people's hands are so tough.
They're calloused.
It's
If you've
like
ever
they're
Yeah, they. What? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, they have the most badass hens I've ever seen.
That was way better than my joke.
They do.
They have hands that are tougher. That is the end of that story. No, like I feel like on the way home I should go buy like an outside activity to do with my kids tonight.
Oh,
I don't know.
Your garage has got to be full of that crap.
Yeah, but they're all bored with that stuff. That's the other thing nobody tells you about kids.
What?
Is like every summer you'll buy
You
something.
realize how much stuff they grew out of.
Well, they're
Well,
not
your
even
15-year-old doesn't want to play with that crap, does she?
14, and I don't know. Like, thanks a lot, Uncle Tommy.
Right.
No, I don't know. Like, there are times where like it'll possess, like the mood will like
Yeah.
hit her and like let's go play wiffle ball.
All right.
And then there's other times where I'm like, let's go play wiffle ball. Shut up, Dad.
Okay.
I'll go through the baseball round. Shut up, Dad. They keep inventing new lawn games for kids.
Oh, what do they got now?
I don't know. Like every time we go to like Dick's or something, there's always something new out there. Like, oh, I want that, and I'm like, no, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to spend another $50 for you to play it 3 times, and then it's going to die in the garage.
Do you have a hoop?
No, remember, because I wanted to get one, and you told me that was trashy.
It is. But I figured you did it anyway.
No, my driveway is slightly slanted down, so I can't.
Like
put a
every
hoop.
driveway.
No, like
It is weird. Because like people play in those slanted driveways. I don't know how you do it.
I'm with you. Well, like I mean, I guess you walk around with one shoulder higher than the
Yes.
other for the rest of your life. No, my driveway when I was a kid was straight up flat.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought
Well-
all driveways are like just.
Well, they usually are
slightly
pitched.
slanted. Yeah,
But his wasn't.
to like go away from the house.
Like that house was wrong on so many levels.
It wasn't pitched. It was just a flat
Is it
driveway.
flat straight in like you're living in Florida?
No, it was. It really was.
I don't think I've ever played on a flat driveway.
Even the street. So when I got older, when we got too big, because we had a single car post-war home
Yeah.
driveway, right? We moved the hoop like to the edge of the road.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it was still on our property, but we
But it
could
was
play
like right there.
basketball in the street. And even the street was flat. It was great. Ball
Oh.
never rolled away. Had a big old half court. Had our weird neighbor that would come out and play with us, grown-ass man, his kids.
Oh yeah.
And like legitimately try.
Oh, my dad lived in your neighborhood.
I would love to jump into like a basketball game with a bunch of
He
teenage
used to
kids.
do it all the time.
Is that inappropriate?
Yeah, of course it is.
Probably is now.
They don't
It
want
looked
your
a little
old ass
weird.
anyway.
Well, how do you know? Maybe they
Can you
need an
imagine
extra.
watching that on your ring cam? It was this adult man playing with my children.
All right, let's break this down. 252 WCMF 252-9263. As we talk about beautiful weather last night, beautiful weather tonight. We're going to hit 60 at noon, and it'll still be in the 50s by dinner time.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm walking down the street,
Yeah.
and there are 3 teenage kids playing basketball, we could play 2-on-2.
Yeah, but they don't want you.
How do you know?
You would think of yourself at that age.
Yeah.
Would you want some middle-aged doofus showing up
So there were 2.
in his Jordans?
So there were 2 dads, one that lived across the street, one that lived next door. The one next door always wanted to play basketball with us. The one that lived across the street always wanted to play street hockey with us.
Mm-hmm.
And they would play.
My dad was out on street hockey. Instead, he just pretended to hit the kids with his cars because he thought that was a fun game.
When you say pretended to hit,
Like he would like swerve, like make them jump out of the way. I can't even.
gotcha.
That sounds terrible.
Fake
saying
run
it
you
out loud.
over
I don't know. I would.
for laughs.
Is the statute of limitations up on that one? I wouldn't have said that out loud.
He's like, oh, they love it.
No,
No.
you can't join him.
I think if I were to say, hey, you need one more, why would they not want me? You could play 2-on-2.
Because you're not cool, man. You're old. You're an old man.
Okay, yes, I know I'm an old man, but sometimes it's just about bodies. You go to the park, right? Like, yeah, that guy doesn't look like he can
True.
play, but we want him
Yeah,
on
I
5.
guess it's totally acceptable if you're going to play pickup basketball somewhere. So why would it be weird for the old guy to jump into a game in
I
his
guess it looks
neighborhood?
sad, like you don't have anything to occupy your time with.
That's literally the conversation we're having.
Yeah, but you
I
don't
wanna
want to
be outside.
expose
Well,
yourself.
yeah, I have no pride left. What pride do I have? I got a wife, I got kids.
You know what you should do?
What?
You should go back to smoking.
Yeah.
No, because you could just sit and have a smoke.
No, but that feels,
But he's got to hide that.
and it's wildly unhealthy.
Yeah, but you loved it.
Yeah, there's lots of things. I also love drinking till I couldn't stand it
I
anymore.
will say, no matter what age you are, if you're smoking, you look cool.
Don't
Like, you
say
don't
that.
look-
Yeah, but I'm gonna guess
I'm not
most
encouraging it.
most
You literally just-
neighborhood parents would rather you playing pickup basketball than smoking around their kids.
What if I played pickup basketball while smoking?
Okay, that
No,
might
but
be
if
frowned
I
upon.
walk down the street and I see a guy your age playing with a bunch of kids, I think that's weird. But if I saw you just sitting in your yard, in your folding chair,
Yeah.
just burning one, hanging out, I go, hey.
No, you wouldn't. You would so judge that guy.
No, I wouldn't.
Trash.
Yeah, look at him,
Why you doing
trash.
it in your front
Oh, he's
yard?
trash.
Hey,
But
he's
he's cool.
smoking in a folding chair.
He's cool trash.
Maybe he'll try. Maybe he'll ash on the chair and set it on fire.
If you smoke in a folding chair, you're top shelf trash.
Top shelf trash would be a great name
Yeah.
for
Or
a dead
co-
cover band.
Or a country band.
Also, that we're top trash. Top. I can't do it. Screw it. Now, okay, so if I'm playing with my own kids, that's okay.
Oh, of course.
If I'm playing with someone else's kids, that's not okay.
Yeah.
What if my kid is playing with someone else's kids? Am I allowed in that group?
I'm guessing your kid doesn't want you.
Well, no, sometimes it's like, hey, it's big, strong dad coming. I think my kids are past that age.
Yeah. I think you need to leave the kids alone. Let them have their time.
No, well, I got to admit, man.
You had your time.
No, but I'm out of things to do. Like, I do miss the days where no matter how out of shape, fat, sad, suburban dad you were, your kids thought you were the strongest man on the planet. They wanted you, like, out.
My dad can dunk.
Yeah, out of 7-foot rim. Let's bring that rim down. You can't touch it, but watch me go. No, like, my kids wanted me to go out and play with their friends. They wanted me to, like, hit a wiffle ball as far as I could.
Sure.
And like, wow, it's so cool. Like, oh, wow, Mr. Duffy, you're like the coolest. Yeah. And nothing, no.
But that makes sense. That's the way life works.
I know it is, but they don't tell you that. They don't warn you.
Oh, true.
You think it's going to be that way forever, that you're going to be their little heroes. And now my 14-year-old won't even talk to me.
Yeah. She's got taste.
Shut up.
She's got her own friends.
You know what's funny, Kimmy? I think the best part about being a teenager is like that little freedom that you get for the first time.
Yeah,
So-
the independence.
So there's a market around the corner from our house. It's called the Nepali Market.
Okay. Like a little mom and pop joint?
Yeah, it's a Nepalese place. I got a ton of Nepalese people that live in our area.
Oh.
So they sell like candy and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like a 5-minute walk from where we live. So my kids' favorite thing to do now is with their friends go walk to the Nepali Market.
Okay.
Which is not something I ever thought I'd say out loud about my children.
And they
Well,
get to meet people from Nepal.
I'm assuming they're Nepalese. I've actually never been to the Nepali Market.
It's a kid's just looking for anything within walking distance, whether it's the local gas station, whether it's local pizza place.
Yep.
Like that is always like the first spot where it's like, well, I'm gonna go meet my friends there.
That would be cool.
Doesn't even matter what it is.
But no, she's absolutely right. It could be the weirdest
Yeah.
business. Like if it's a laundromat with like
7-Eleven.
Yeah, vending machine.
Yeah.
No, like 7-Eleven has stuff you can buy that you want.
Yeah.
There was a laundromat with vending machines that we would go up
yeah.
and get like a candy bar at.
Yeah, it's fun.
But we just wanted to get away and feel like we were, I'm spending money like an adult person. Chuck me out. Like the worst thing when I was a kid. Because,
Yeah.
Kimmy, did you ever live near any like plazas or shopping centers? Or
No, but like my friends who lived in the village of Hilton did. We had like there was like this. I remember
City
this
folk.
video
Hippie town.
rental shop that we used to like
Ooh.
go to just to browse. What the hell were we doing there? Nothing. But it was just a spot we could go. Where our parents like, yeah, fine, go.
So the worst thing that could have happened to me when I was a kid, I grew up, in Gates, off of Chilai Avenue near Westgate Plaza. So we could walk when I turned 11, 12, 13. There was a plaza that had in it. You ready for this?
What?
You ready for this? Chinese food,
Oh,
Pickle Nick subs,
damn.
Abbott's.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and there was another, God, what was it? It was like a diner.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a lot of chow.
Yeah, but every day we would just go walk and try. It was like, eating around the world
Yeah,
on
no
a
kidding.
daily basis,
Yeah.
which is why I ended up being 1,000 pounds. And then in the gas station across the street, there was a Godfather pizza and an Auntie Anne's pretzels.
Yeah, you were.
Oh,
you,
damn.
you could have lived there the rest of your life.
I really, I want to go back now. And then on the other
short life.
walkable Russell's ice cream on the other
Yeah,
side.
there you go.
So
You got
you had
everything.
two ice cream options: pretzels, pizzas, subs, Chinese,
Back
diner.
in the day. That's when America was good.
When we were kings, man. And
Yeah.
they also had one of the drive-through coffee breakfast places.
Oh, yeah, those were all over town for a little while.
Yeah, so they would let us go through on our bikes so you can get like muffins and donuts and stuff. It was bad. It was really.
Run up my bike, get a drive-through donut.
We would go on our bikes. It was
Yeah.
like the coolest thing ever. We felt like grown-ass people, man.
Well, I guess it is like going to the club for like a little kid.
It really is. It is. But like now I'm looking back, I see like the stuff my kids bring home. Like, ramen's a big thing right now. And
The noodles?
Yeah. Like they make all these crazy ramen flavors for kids, and they're so bad. They are so bad.
I mean, bad for you?
Yeah, I don't know I'm not like really weirdo ingredient
Yeah.
guy, but there's just something about a styrofoam container full of noodles that are hard.
Oh, and then you just heat it up in the microwave?
Put water in it, and
Well, styrofoam's all right?
But like they'll come home with these like giant containers of ramen they get at this Nepalese market.
Oh, but they get it from the...
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm like, I don't want to be that guy, but probably not. I'll probably take that away from you at some point.
Have you been to the Nepalese
No,
place?
I have yet to go to the Nepalese market. My wife went with them one time. I don't know what's
I bet
inside.
they probably got some cool Nepal stuff.
I'm not familiar with
Yeah.
Nepal in any way.
Bob Seger, man. Everybody knows Bob
Well,
Seger.
but, like, what's their like go-to cuisine?
Oh, probably just some goat and stuff.
So I do. The only thing I know about Nepalese folk, and I think I'm getting this right, is that they don't cook inside their homes, that they cook outside their homes. So like when I go for a run in like these neighborhoods that have a ton of Netflix
they got like
people,
the little hibachis going
they're
on.
out in their garage. It's the most torturous thing because I'll be running and it's the most delicious
There's
barbecue.
got to be a lot of grilled meat.
It's
yeah, it
so
says
good.
the cuisine features rice, lentils, vegetables, spices, and meat.
Sounds good to me.
I'm telling you, man. Like, and it's every house all the way down the neighborhood.
Is Nepal like people from Nepal? Are they?
It's the Himalayas, right?
Yeah, like they are like known to live really long or something. Like they have an extremely long.
There's no rock
lifespan.
slides. Yes.
No, like
I think
their
I'm going
average
to
lifespan is like
Kathmandu.
way higher than most.
I'm gonna
places.
live longer than you.
No accent on that one.
I had a rock full of my head. I think I'm dead.
Not gonna do better than that. We got
That's all
a
I know.
we got a
This Bob Seger.
dynamite Nepalese facts. Got to break them for you. Sported here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Where we grilling in the hood?
Nepal, it turns out.
Oh,
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud, remove street names, town references. There will be enough clues still where if
Yeah.
you listen,
you have to listen. Come on.
we'll be able to figure out where they wine in just after 9. We are sitting on the precipice of history here.
What's going on?
Well, 2 weeks ago, Armand, who listens to the show on a regular
Oh,
basis,
yes.
you may know him, he won. And based on the new rules that you guys voted for, Armand was then pushed to the final pick last week. Somehow, Armand, from the last spot,
Yep.
won a second week in a row.
Amazing.
We've never had a back-to-back-to-back champion. Me and Armand, I believe, are the only back-to-back champions.
I believe.
But could Armand, one more time, do the impossible from the back end? No?
The three-peat?
Surpass Tommy and Stars at the same time.
I'm cheering for the kid.
I'm sure you are.
We'll get to where they whine and set your phone alarm or hang out with us just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, very exciting potential news.
Potential.
Yes, and it all came from a mistake tweet, it looks like, on Twitter yesterday, because Twitter was having some problems all throughout the
Yeah,
day.
that little glitch.
Yeah. But one local business, beer business, looks like their, Kimmy, I would argue, most popular product now is back. We just don't know when.
Oh, is this that seasonal stuff?
Yeah.
You guys-
Don't be a dick.
He's gonna hate it.
I'm not gonna hate
He
it.
already hates it. He's never had it. He won't
Is it a
try it.
new one?
Everyone-
They
No,
got-
it's we'll get into it. Next,
Fruit.
here at the break room at CMF.
Fruit.
Oh, buddy.
What happened?
I mean, this is a borderline holiday in Rochester, New York.
What's going
A
on?
product that is so unique and so remarkable and so limited.
Exciting.
The second we get wind that it's showing back up,
Yeah.
folks freak out. And that's just it. All we got yesterday was wind because it seems that some issues on a social media platform may have tipped hands.
Oh,
Before,
really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Something got exposed?
Unless somebody knows something we don't. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Speaking of holidays, there is a legitimate holiday coming up in
yeah.
less than a week, right?
Get ready, buddy.
You all right?
Yeah.
Go right by. Have a stroke, help. St. Patrick's Day is on Monday. All the parade festivities this weekend.
So Saturday's the jackass day of the year.
Well, no, you got the parade on Saturday.
But that's for all the boozing.
I'm not talking about boozing. I'm talking about eating because there is a food that you should be having this
Oh,
weekend.
yeah.
And the question becomes, is that a go-out food or is that a stay-home food? And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The Genesee Brewery may have announced that Ruby Red Kolsch is back.
Oh, the grapefruit beer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You got it. So Twitter was having major issues throughout the day yesterday. Apparently, reports of an attack from some foreign country. Some people are saying Ukraine. That's what Elon Musk said. A Russian group took credit for it.
Okay.
But that's beside the point. It seems that it's caused some problems because around 2 o'clock, Genesee, the brewery, tweeted out the following, and I quote, Ruby Red Kolsch, first ship, 310. Add video when ready. Ask D-Mid for ETA.
So that was like an in-house thing that got exposed?
Kind of seems like they were trying to
Yeah, it
tweet
seems like
something.
code.
Yeah, or like they tweeted the wrong thing, or it just kind of happened. I don't know. But does that mean Ruby Red Kolsch is back today, yesterday?
That makes sense. I mean, it's about that time.
Does anybody know?
I mean, why not put it out right before St. Patty's Day?
yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Well, you would know. I mean, doesn't your old man go crazy for this stuff?
Yeah, we're fans. My household is fans of the Ruby Red Kolsch.
I don't know a household that isn't a fan of the Ruby Red Kolsch right now.
I wouldn't touch that.
Okay, have you tried it?
It's that IPA. It's like
No.
Chuck.
No.
I don't like all these goddamn weird beers.
Not. All right.
I think you'd like this one if you
Give me a
tried it, but
goddamn
I'm not going to
Bud.
hold my breath.
You don't drink Bud.
Well, I would if I was drinking American. I'd drink me a Bud.
We
But
don't
you
really
don't.
drink beer, period.
And
No,
you
I-
drink only foreign beer made
drink
on foreign
Guinness.
soil.
I drink Guinness, yeah.
Don't you drink another foreign beer sometimes too?
That's Stella I like.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you drink it from Holland and Ireland. I want
Yeah.
If I drank an American beer though, it would be Bud.
Yes.
I thought this stuff would be gross too. I'm with you. It does not
Well,
sound.
grapefruit is not like a desirable fruit.
I don't like grapefruit in any way.
And then you put it in beer. It doesn't make sense.
But you eat grapefruit.
I do.
I know.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
Look, I admit
You like it, right?
I love it. I hate grapefruit. Like
Very
as a fruit.
refreshing.
I hate it. But yeah, Kimmy, there's something how they do it.
It's light, and you're getting it right as spring starts. So I think it's just it's
Yeah.
the whole feeling of it and what time of year you're looking.
Hey, it's around the
forward
corner. Yeah, fun.
I was in my living room by myself, and when I saw this weird ass tweet, I literally out loud said, "Ooh!" I said "ooh" by myself. That's how excited I got. Because I mean, 252 WCMF, Ruby Red Kolsch is Rochester's favorite beer now, right?
It
Is that
seems to be.
Kimmy, fair statement?
to. Yeah, I mean, seasonally, absolutely.
Because, like, with all due respect to the smaller breweries in town,
Yeah.
it's super unique because we've discussed.
Mm.
It's easy to get your hands on while they're making it. The
And
Jenny,
it's so hyped up when it comes out again. Like you forget about it
Yep.
until this time of year, and then you're all about it.
I think the packaging also has something to do with it. It's a bright yellow box with Captain Kolsch on the front of it, so it stands
It
out.
looks like a
amongst-
lunchbox.
Yeah.
It looks like something you would take to school if you were an alcoholic kid. Does this stuff, is it regional or do they sell it all over the country?
That I don't know.
I mean,
Like if I was in Florida, would I
I think
find
it's hard
it?
to find Jenny in Florida, period, isn't it? I could be wrong. Like, it may be harder to come by.
I didn't know if they were like coast to coast
Well,
now.
a lot of New Yorkers. I would assume where there's New Yorkers,
Yeah.
if it's
There
going to
you
go anywhere,
Yeah,
it's going to go
We
there.
are all over the place.
But like, here's the thing: like, the Jenny name is back to being synonymous with quality. So
Yeah.
really, anything they put out, beer lovers are going to at least
It's top
try.
notch.
And the fact that Tommy, so many people got excited about this cryptic mistake tweet
Mm-hmm.
lets you know how much this beer means to the community. Like
Yeah.
the second it hits stores, people run out and they go get it, and they knocked it out of the park with this one, man.
Oh, yeah.
They shut up.
Oh yeah.
Try one.
Shut
Why
up.
won't you just try one?
It doesn't appeal to me.
Oh my God.
There's things you just don't like.
No, but you don't know you don't like it.
I don't like that kind of tart beer.
So I'm sorry, did you say you haven't tried it? You've never
No.
tried
No,
it?
he hates it, but he's never tried it.
All right.
Yeah.
I think I brought it. I think we had a case for a party and I gave it to you.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Okay, you did bring up something that I would like to argue because we're going to talk about St. Patrick's Day in a second.
Yeah.
I don't think Ruby Red Kolsch for St. Patrick's Day is a good idea.
Why?
Why?
Because Ruby Red Kolsch is one of those beers where you have like one or two. I don't think you should drink all of the
I think
Ruby
you don't
Red
think it's
Kolsch's.
light enough to stick with the whole day.
It is light enough.
Yeah.
I
It's just
do-
that you think like the
Flavored beer gets to you.
Yeah. I don't know if drinking
Yeah.
grapefruit beer all day is a good idea.
I made
Especially
the
if
mistake once of drinking the. Remember when like all the beers were coming out their lime versions? Yeah, you're right.
I will say this: does the grapefruit beer give you the squirts?
I
Because
have-
like
Well, any beer
grapefruit
can, I
goes
guess.
through you.
I have not had that personal experience. But
But
then
if
again,
I eat grapefruit, as you know,
yes.
and bro, your ass will rock it. So I'm wondering if I drink that, am I going to get like the double beer grapefruit super squirts?
I'm guessing you could get that from drinking beer all day anyway.
Right, but I'm saying add that grapefruit on
Yeah.
top of it.
I've never
Could
had that experience.
compound it.
I've never had that. I don't know how much actual grapefruit is in the beer. I don't know.
I don't either.
Okay, that's again, you know nothing about it, but you hate it.
Is it? Did they actually put like actual grapefruit juice in, or is it just like some like, like flavoring they did in a lab? You know what I mean? Like, is that actual grapefruit?
I don't know the answer to that
Because
question.
there's this factory in there's a place in like New Jersey that they make these flavors as like chemical compounds that they put in foods.
Okay.
They make you think it's in it.
Why did we go down this
I
old
don't
man
know.
road? You know, the stuff you eat is not even the stuff you eat.
No, I'm not saying it's
Red
good or
guy number
bad.
40, ban it, get it out of here.
I'm not saying it's bad for you. They probably make it. I think it's the old building where they used to make all the chrome bumpers.
252 WCMF. I don't know. Gimme, will you Google if there's grapefruit
Real
juice?
juice, because they would say like 10% real fruit juice.
I don't think there's fruit juice in the beer. I don't know how that would go together.
Or I don't know.
25. Maybe they dry out the grapefruit and they just use like the stuff.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm again. You make me sound like an idiot because now I got to answer your stupid question. That
Well, I don't
told
know
you
anything
have an
about your
answer
fancy
for.
beer.
I don't know anything about it either. I just know it tastes good.
all right.
Yes, it. It's
Jersey?
a grapefruit infused variation of the Kolsch beer. It contains grapefruit juice.
Oh, okay.
There you go. All right. So there
Pure juice.
we got to the bottom of it. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this weird tweet that showed up around 2 o'clock yesterday from the Genesee Brewery. Twitter was having problems, but the tweet reads, and I quote, Ruby Red Kolsch, first ship, 310. Add video when ready, as D-mid for ETA. And it sounds like they wanted to tweet something else out announcing that Ruby Red Kolsch will be coming back this week, but
Yeah.
we can't be sure, so we don't know when it's coming back. But it says 310, which is yesterday.
Okay.
So has anyone seen it at grocery stores
Well, it'd
yet?
be at Wegmans for sure.
Yeah.
Because they always had that big like pyramid of it.
Yeah.
You can get it everywhere, too. Like, they sell it at gas stations now.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Why do they only brew it, Kimmy, at certain times of the year?
Well, because they have like their other seasonal ones, right? Like they have the cranberry orange one, I think, in the fall. So they do it. You get your fix, and then you're on to the next thing.
Okay, but, like, walk through.
Because I will say, like, and maybe it's just the way they came out and marketed it, but I only think of the Ruby Red Kolsch in like warmer months.
Sure.
Like, I don't even think that I want it in the middle of winter.
I get that it's a refreshing summer beer.
Yeah.
However, counterpoint, this beer has such a following,
Right.
Ruby Red Kolsch does, that when people know it's coming to the end in like September, they will go out and buy all the cases they can find to have enough to ride them through the winter time
Oh.
so they don't go without it. And if you have that many people that are willing to spend the money on it,
Yeah.
why would you not offer it year round? Unless
Because then
I don't know.
the uniqueness
Maybe
would wear out.
yeah,
You got to you
right.
got to create a little bit of a buzz. They learned from Disney when they used to pull all those movies
Shut
for 10
up.
years,
Shut
and then
up.
they re-release
Shut
them in
up.
10 years, and they make these suckers buy them all over again.
Shut up. No.
Well,
brilliant.
maybe it's harder to brew all those flavors at the same time. So they wouldn't do the fall one if they had the Ruby Red.
Okay.
all
And the
year round.
grapefruit has to be in season.
No,
right?
okay, so those are two legitimate issues.
Yeah.
One, you
The
want to
Disney
try.
effect,
No, not the Disney effect. You're an idiot.
the New Jersey
They're
factory.
making you
Shut up.
think you want it again, Pat.
Okay, yeah. Genesee Brewery is playing mind games with us on a product
Well,
that we
I
don't
mean, yeah,
buy all
but
year long, you
It
idiot.
works.
How do you know they
If
wouldn't?
it was all year round, you wouldn't care.
I
I
would.
wonder, can you get it at the brewery all year round? Like if you
Ooh,
wanted to
good
go
question.
have like just a glass of beer, I wonder if they have it there on
I don't
tap.
know. I don't know. No, like, yes, okay, what Kimmy brought up is they want to brew other beers. That would make sense. You need the space. What you said, that the ingredients are harder to come by in the wintertime, that would make sense.
And the price goes up. Yeah.
The idea that the Genesee Brewery, there's some guy sitting behind a desk like, we'll take it away from them so they want it more.
Of course they do, man.
Shut up.
They're
up.
businessmen. They want to create like a little buzz and a little like, sense of urgency. You got to get it now.
Okay.
I got to stock up on it.
So why don't they do that with all their beers?
You can't do it with everything. Then it kind of loses its pop.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a special balance that only you figured
Yes.
out. Yeah.
There's a reason why they jerk you around with the Lion King every year.
Shut up about Disney. They haven't done that in decades.
Do you know there's a factory that Disney has in Jersey right next to the Chrome plant?
No kidding.
Yeah, they're grinding these things out, but then they hold them.
What makes Ruby Red Kolsch so unique and I think popular is not only the flavor, it's
Yeah.
not only the limited edition, it's super popular yet super cheap at the same time.
Oh, is that how much is it?
You can get a 12 or a Kolsch for $12.
Oh, wait, it's a buck a can?
Yeah, yeah.
Come on.
I mean, Kimmy,
That stuff's a buck a can?
yes, it's cheap. I mean, Kimmy, you know your husband through because he loves his limited edition beers.
Yeah.
Some of those limited edition beers could cost you an arm and a leg.
Oh, you're talking like when just in general?
Yes, like when you go out, like some of those like limited runs that they do, they will cost you a fortune if you
Yeah.
want to try it.
Yeah.
Whereas like this Kolsch, I know it's not limited like some of the other stuff that
Yeah.
he loves, but yeah, it's delicious. Everybody loves it. They could charge double that price. They don't. It's a buck a beer.
That's insane. I thought it was expensive.
No, it makes you feel VIP on a budget, man.
All right. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's no excuse for you not to try one of them. I will bring in a can.
I don't want to do
Just
this.
try one. No,
It'll
'cause-
be warm.
No, it's where it's the best Red Wings games.
good call.
Get a beer vat full of Kolsch.
Oh,
Let
no,
me
that's
ask you this.
dangerous too. Now my beer bet's red.
Does it go with any food? I can't imagine like a grapefruit beer would
Why?
pair well with any food.
What are you?
Right, I mean, like a hot dog.
Yeah.
Is that the Tommelier showing up all of a sudden? What does it matter? Eat a hot dog and drink a Kolsch.
But that grapefruit, I don't know if it mixes well with food.
Again, if you would just try the beer, I will bring in a cold beer. I will put it in the fridge.
I get my own damn beer.
No, you can't. Because you won't.
Go ahead, bring it in. Yeah, I'll try it.
No, I don't want to anymore.
bring it in.
I'm not going to waste my
I
dollar.
want it anyway.
I'm not going to waste my dollar on you taking one sip.
Dollar.
Even if you like it, you're going to say you hate it just to
No,
be a dick.
I'll be open minded.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You know, as we talk about drinking goes hand in hand with St. Patrick's Day.
Oh yeah.
Less than a week away, but as you said, the big party is on Saturday.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, all the festivities will be happening, and there is a food that is synonymous
Oh yeah.
with St.
It
Patrick's.
goes way back, the beginning of time. Stonehenge.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm tired. I don't want to deal with you today. Stupid time change.
Yeah. Let's go. What kind of fancy Irish food?
We all know what food we're talking about.
Oh, what?
You know.
But the question becomes this
Yeah.
weekend, if you will partake in this, is this an at-home food
Oh.
or is this a going-out food?
Oh, like a destination food.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. The most partying weekend of the year is here.
Time to get down on it. Get your green on.
St. Patrick's Day is on Monday. The parade is on Saturday. And that means kicking off like Thursday night all the way till Monday. There are going to be festivities all over the greater Rochester area. And at the center of it, the traditional food of the party. Something you'll be able to get a bunch of different places.
Yeah.
If you are not dead set on doing it yourself. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It was about a week ago we first found out that Tommy Muley was going to move a couch out of his house.
Yep.
And it's not as simple as it seems. If you missed the story, we'll catch you up on everything. Kimmy and I and the majority of listeners begged you not to do this. We told you how wrong it was going to go.
It was against your wife's wishes.
And I pulled it off.
Yeah, no, you didn't. There were several issues, which we then found out a couple days later. But there's one final thing that you know you did.
Oh, we don't know.
You're not supposed to laugh like that and then go, oh, no.
We don't know. Who knows?
What?
Who knows?
What did you just say?
Who knows, Pat? What is the truth, really?
If you don't go home today and admit this was your fault, you're far more a monster than I ever imagined you can be.
Listen, man. You have family for a reason. Use them.
So you admit.
So
you admit.
When God hands you blessings, use them.
We'll get into it.
They're blessings for a reason.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So bars and restaurants gearing up for the St. Patrick's Day holiday this weekend. Again, the forecast for the parade looks phenomenal.
Yeah, sweet.
Yep, like into the 60s and sunny. You're going to have the standard 8 a.m. opening for bars along the parade route, which is insane.
Yeah.
There are these suburban bars that throw parties all weekend, your Flaherty's, your Shamrock Jacks, all those places. And amongst all of it,
What do they got?
the best damn food God ever
Oh,
graced
my
this
God.
green earth with. Corned beef and cabbage.
Yeah.
Corned beef and cabbage? Not a food you can order at a restaurant on a regular basis.
No. I usually go to that old Irish place.
What's that called?
McTasteless. There's no taste in
wasn't
that.
that? Did that place book your comedy act on a regular basis? You very rarely find a place you can walk in and order corned beef 7 days.
For a reason. Nobody wants it,
That
man.
being said, everybody loves corn. You're the only two people I know that don't love corned beef.
Not my thing. I just didn't grow up on it. It's not something that was in rotation.
Nobody eats corned beef on a regular basis.
I would eat corned beef on a regular basis.
My
But you
husband
don't.
does. Anytime we go out to like breakfast, especially, he'll always order it at breakfast.
Oh, God.
No, she's right. You can get the corned beef hash, and it's as close as you're going to get on a normal thing.
People don't eat cabbage on a regular basis.
What's coleslaw?
Well, how often
Who
do
eats
you eat
coleslaw on a regular
All
basis?
summer
You eat
long?
it like with something.
I eat,
not
I eat
like
tubs
just
of coleslaw in the summertime.
By the
No.
way, boiled potato
Yeah.
and a boiled carrot.
Yeah. What is the problem?
It's got no pizzazz to it.
It's got no pizzazz.
It's got no spice.
Yes, there are spices in it, you
It's
idiot.
Irish spiced.
One of the...
Salt.
Yes.
Hey, more salt on that wee bit of carrot you hit there, laddie boy.
I knocked that out
I
of the park.
go to Big Tasteless. Eat my corned beef and cabbage.
That last part, I don't know what country that was. That was not Ireland.
It's Ireland, son.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Where is the best place for your corned beef and cabbage? And by best place, I
The
mean...
garbage.
I mean, are you going out to get it this
Who
weekend?
goes out for tasteless food?
Or are you doing it inside your house? 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Well, no, again, there are going to be 50 restaurants in the greater Rochester area that are doing corned beef and cabbage dinners from Thursday night all the way into Monday.
All right.
Well, all right, nothing.
All
God,
right,
you make me so
nothing.
mad. Why can't I just love something?
I don't
you
love
like,
it.
Hey, you like that beer? Sucks. Your favorite food of all time? Sucks. Everything you love sucks.
It doesn't taste good. It's just been pounded in
It's
your
not
head.
true.
That I know you Irish. You want to hold on to these crappy traditions that you have that are all just so busted and sad.
Shut up.
Like everybody else tries to forget the sad part of their background. Y'all embrace it.
I'm
I
covered.
remember when we was all starving and loved it, and we just sat around and sang songs about it and got drunk.
All right, I'm done talking to you.
Did your? Because I know
I beat my redheaded children.
I know your wife. You said that she makes like a really good corned beef and cabbage.
Yes, she does. Oh, look who got quiet all of a
I'm
sudden, you
asking.
bitch.
No,
You
it's
bitch.
Jamaican. She makes it with shrimp.
My question's not over. Did she make this before she met you?
Of course
No,
not.
she didn't. No,
Of course
Okay.
not, man.
no.
She's from Jamaica,
Does
man.
she
That
even
food
eat
just
it?
pops.
No, the corn. They have that
Do your
stuff.
kids eat it?
Yes, my kids love it. My wife
Hey,
loves it.
Jamaican food is sexy. It is exotic and erotic, man. It pops.
What are you talking about?
Pops.
Curried
It pops.
goat? That's sexy?
Yeah, curry anything. And
Corn-
goat's a sexy animal. Ask any Southerner. Can't keep their hands off them.
Corned beef and cabbage is the perfect food to make at home. It's cheap, right?
Gassy.
Super easy to make.
Super gassy.
You could
but it's
throw-
that time of the year you can open up the windows now.
And when you make it at home, you can make as much as you want, and
Yeah.
where you can have leftovers for days, right? You can have sandwiches forever if you
Who
want
the hell
to.
wants that in a sandwich, man?
Oh my God.
Wait, you got to put a carrot?
Wait, did you say who wants that in
Are
a
you putting
sandwich?
cabbage in a sandwich?
You
How
eat
does
the
that-
cabbage
does
on
it
the
just
side. You make the
fall out?
sandwich
Oh.
out of corned beef.
Wait,
you know,
I'm
like
gonna
every
eat a
Jewish.
sandwich.
Wait, you're gonna
I'm
eat
gonna
it-
eat cabbage for a side with a sandwich.
Yes.
That's so nasty.
No, it's
man.
not.
No, it doesn't.
Help me have
Doesn't
an
appeal
ass
to me.
sandwich and some ass lettuce.
Your house has to just smell like farts for days.
Oh, you be blowing brown, missy. You be squirting your panties.
Oh my God.
Well, you will. No, that's a good squirt and a bad squirt.
That didn't help the
back
situation.
squirt.
No.
Back squirt.
Back squirting.
Squirt your back. He's killing himself with the worst impression of all time. The mic.
You just punch a microphone.
Mike's attacking him. Shut up. I hope you're dead. 252 WCMF. We're talking about corned beef and cabbage with the holiday coming up this weekend and whether or not.
Sweating, and he never sweats. Got a lot of layers on today.
Probably all the sodium he's talking about. Whether you do corned beef and cabbage at home or you go out to get it. And this is wow, I should have known. This is the worst discussion ever in this room because neither of you eat it.
No.
Do you make it for your husband?
No.
Why? You said he loves
He doesn't
it.
even make it for himself.
Okay. I think
What?
that when you marry someone of Irish descent,
Yeah.
whether or not you have any Irish in you, it is your job.
I don't even know what it's supposed to taste like.
It's
Well,
not.
that's when you know it's done. It doesn't taste like anything.
I've never had it.
How do you know you don't like it?
In my life growing up, I told you I didn't really even know what it was until I was an adult because my mom never made it. I don't know if my dad's ever really had it. So it was like it's
Yeah,
such
we
a,
never ate it. We were Italian.
Yeah, I'm
such a
not talking
weird
to you.
idea to me. And then like I remember when I first saw it, I'm like, why? Why is this a thing?
How do you know it's not delicious?
I'm good.
And it's like your only food.
I don't feel like I'm missing out.
No, there's other foods that the Irish.
I can't think of another Irish traditional food.
Shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
Is that what's that thing that's in like a stomach?
That's haggis and that's Scottish.
Oh, all right. What's shepherd's pie?
Shepherd's pie, it's like layer of potatoes, layer of vegetables, layer of meat.
Again with the
gravy.
goddamn potatoes with you people.
Yeah, man. I don't know. If
Did you
open up
did
a
you
book.
grow anything else?
Open up a book for
Did
God's
the
sake.
snakes eat everything else in that goddamn country?
Your husband's never asked you to make it.
No.
That would be a nice surprise for him this weekend. If on Sunday you woke
yeah,
up
but
and
what
made
if it's
corned beef
like I
and
said?
cabbage.
What if it's? I don't know how to make it.
It's
What
not
if it
hard. It's
sucks?
not hard. It's
He
very
gets
easy.
tasteless every weekend.
You just
bro.
boil it. Shut up. You just boil the meat, the cabbage, and the potatoes. The instructions
Just dump
are on
it
the
in a
bag.
Or we
bucket
could
and leave
just
it outside
order
for an
it
hour.
from somewhere.
You could do that, but if you order it from somewhere,
Crock pot.
don't. No, it's not the. You put it in a big silver pot. You silver pot it. You don't crock pot it.
It doesn't make a difference.
It
man.
does make a difference, man. Like if I leave the house,
Yeah.
and my wife starts the corned beef, and I come back in, and she's got the big silver pot going, like that is. If there's a smell I can smell while I'm dying, I want it to be that one.
Let's get
Like,
to it.
That sends me off into the great beyond. I want it to be a house of corned beef and cabbage
All right.
being prepared.
That's
Shut up.
That's a low goal in life.
I'd wear it as a cologne if they offered it.
I'm sure you used to.
Got that?
That you used to smell like meat and Drakkar.
He's which is, by the way, one of my wife's best Jamaican dishes. 252 WCMF, 252-9263.
Jerk Drakkar.
Wait, no, wasn't Jerk Dakar that guy that booked you? Well, he was only Jakar until you met him.
By the way, this seems like a dangerous meal to eat before you go out drinking.
You do it afterwards.
All right.
You
Yeah.
drink and you party, and then
All
the
right,
meal
all
is
right.
either after
But
or the
either
next
way,
day.
your
Yeah, you
stomach's
need a
gonna
home
be-
base for that meal.
Yeah.
So then eat it at home is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Right.
Shut up.
Yep.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sean. Sean, save the show,
Oh,
please.
shut it, boy.
Hi guys, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
So I got some bad news for Duffy, but my wife and I we went to Ireland on our honeymoon.
Ooh, I'm
I
Sean in
know,
Ireland.
right? And we come to find out that corned beef and cabbage is actually not even an Irish dish.
It's an Irish-
actually an Irish American dish.
I hate these guys. Like, right? Like, it makes it Irish. But like,
I mean, I didn't know that.
no, yes, it's an Irish American thing. But like, not as if every food that has come from every other culture isn't Americanized while
No,
it's
you're
here,
right?
right?
I
Well,
am
wait a minute,
surprised,
hold on,
though.
hold on,
I thought
hold
it
on.
was like
So you're saying it wasn't traditional, but when it came over here, we changed it a little bit?
No, it's
Or it
not a
just didn't
traditional
exist.
Irish
No,
food.
it's not
It
even
became
an Irish dish. It's an American dish.
yes,
All
it's
right.
Irish American.
All
Yes.
right.
Like, you know, much
Irish
like
American.
when you go to Italy,
Yeah.
their Pizza Huts all different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a strange thing. Sean, are you gonna have corned beef and cabbages?
But it's absolutely a staple. Gotta have it.
So do you go out for it, or do you do it at home? Sean?
he's just acting up now.
Yeah, he is. He's a
Yeah.
child. He is a child.
So I'll make it ourselves. But yeah, I've had some good, really good ones out and about too. But not locally. I'm not originally from Rochester. There's some. I'm from Utica originally, and they have some amazing corned beef spots around the St. Patrick's time.
That's what they say about Utica.
highly
Come for the
recommend
corned
it.
beef, stay for nothing else.
It's,
Sean, great
that's
talking
why
to
I'm in
you.
Rochester.
All right, we'll see you at the parade on Saturday, Sean. Great talking to you, man.
Oh, we'll do. If I run into you, I'll say hey.
All right, sounds great. There goes Sean. Please don't.
Sounds like a date.
What do you do? He's literally just making noises at this point, right?
By the way, okay, because I'm not asking this to offend you. I'm asking this because I don't know.
Okay.
How much does corned beef and cabbage really vary?
No, it
Like,
doesn't.
is there like?
How could it?
Can you have like a better one? Because you know how people get picky about stuff like garbage plates. Like it's better here than it is there.
It's just how you prepare it, right? Like the longer it stays in, it can be firm, it,
falls
can
apart.
be looser. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Like there are some people that like to eat it with like this Irish mustard. It's not really my thing. I just like eating the meat. The way that you prepare the cabbage can be a little bit differently. The way my wife does it, she knocks it out of the park.
But I mean, like if you're gonna order it out somewhere,
Ooh.
does it really vary that much?
Well, no, I don't think you'll just order corned beef and cabbage. Like you can't order it like
Yeah.
medium rare. It just comes out that way.
So
yes,
like nowhere has like a special one.
there have been
There
places.
might be. Who knows?
Okay,
Maybe they got a
that's
special
my question.
mustard.
How do you make it like unique to your?
I don't think you do.
Melted cheese.
Shut up! Don't put cheese on your corned beef.
Why not?
Why not?
Because it's gross.
I feel like that would go together.
Cheese goes with everything, man. What are you, Chinese? You can't put cheese on it? I
Really?
would say corned beef with melted cheese.
No.
That's like a Reuben.
Yes, that's
now
not corned beef
now
and
you're
cabbage.
getting somewhere.
Okay, I love how you go. I hate corned beef. You eat Reubens, you bitch.
I love a Reuben.
Okay, so it's the same guy.
No, but delis do it right.
Paul writes us on Instagram.
What's he saying?
Blowing Brown and Squirty McPatties is my least favorite Irish folk song. How's that song go? Blowing Brown and Squirty McPatties?
Will your wife be blowing her panties?
That's all you got?
He's done.
I can't breathe.
He's got nothing.
I forgot. What
You sang.
when you're blowing brown in your panties. me Irish eyes be watering.
Shut up. You're done. It's over.
We got a silver pot on the stove,
You're
baby.
watching a man's career end in front of your ears. It's done. He's got nothing left. Let's take a break. You know why he was acting out?
Why?
Because he knows what's coming.
I know.
He knows what's coming because you.
Trying to stall.
It's become very apparent you were wrong from the beginning, like we told you it was going to. You then had another disaster that's cost you a whole bunch of money. Yet somehow you weren't thrown out of your house.
No.
But I will tell you this.
Oh, tell me no.
You know exactly what happened here. You know exactly what happened.
Nobody knows.
No, you do know what happened. And if you try to do this, not only are you a monster that I could not
Not a
imagine you be. No,
monster.
you are a monster because this is an innocent being.
The kid is bulletproof. It's fine.
Oh, so you admit that you're lying?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, saying what?
We haven't, there's going to be a little bit of, there's always a hiccup. There could be a little something.
It started with a couch. It's ending with a man turning on his grandchild.
Not turning.
No, yeah, no, because you're lying. You're straight up lying. I don't care what you try and say.
The kid's got a couple of priors.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. when in doubt,
Yeah, buddy.
blame the folks that can't defend themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Yes. That's what they're there for.
You can pretend like you're not sure what happened all you want.
Hey, she wasn't there.
We all know
Just me and the dog.
what this is. And for God's sakes, instead of just coming clean, you can come clean,
Yes,
and it will
this
be
is a bad move.
It will be okay. To even think about using an innocent child.
Oh, my God. You make him sound so innocent. They're not that innocent. Pat.
He's literally as innocent gets. To try and you're using this kid as a shield to cover your idiotic mistake.
I see him use them. They're always in the news.
You're hanging out in the break
Right.
room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it
Go
because we're
ahead.
going to need a while to recap everything, how we got to this point.
All right, go ahead.
So I believe it was exactly a week ago today
Yeah.
that we discovered, Tommy, you were getting a new couch,
Mhm.
you and your wife.
And we had the old couch.
You got it. So your wife was out of town. She was on a cruise ship. She
Yeah.
could not be reached.
Mhm.
And you wanted to get rid of this couch. She wanted you to donate it to a charity.
Right.
You
But
thought
they
that
never got back to it.
is what you said. So you told us you were going to move the couch to the curb and throw it away.
Yeah. Waste management, come and take it away.
Okay, so that's a problem, first of all, because your wife did not want that. Right?
Yeah, but she's out to sea, and under maritime law, I am not under any obligation to obey my wife
So you then
until she reaches port.
shared with us
Yeah.
that you were going to do all this yourself.
Mhm.
And your itty-bitty body
Yeah.
and your frail old-ass bones
Mhm.
thought you could move a couch out of the front door, no problem.
And I did, and it is gone.
Time out. So we begged you not to do this, right, Kimmy?
Yep.
Tried to tell him why it would be a bad idea.
Just wait. Just be patient.
All right, so you came in the next day and you told us how it went.
Yep.
And what happened?
Phase one, flawless.
Was not flawless.
5 minutes, phase one was done.
You got the couch stuck in the front door.
That was phase one.
There's
Hey, Nate.
evidence.
A neighbor had to come and try and help you. The neighbor couldn't help you.
Yeah, that old coot.
You figured, well, if he's an old coot, what's that make you?
I don't know. Less of a coot.
In getting the couch out of the door,
Mhm.
you bent the frame. You had to take the storm door off.
Yeah.
You bent the frame to the storm
Yeah, it
door.
was a little bent.
So you had to pay to have the storm door replaced.
Yes.
What did that cost you?
So, all said and done, with installation, professionally done and resealed, and we had to touch up some paint. It was $450. So I thought it was $500. I came in under
Wow,
budget.
what a deal.
So think of that. So far,
Uh-huh.
phase one, 5 minutes. Phase two, under budget, $450.
No, see, here's the problem,
Over
though.
budget because you weren't planning on that.
Yeah, budget was zero for
Yeah.
new door.
No,
That
no,
was
no.
a zero.
Reprojected project,
Okay.
under budget.
All right. So that was the end of it.
Yes, and it's gone.
The door is done.
And the couch is gone.
Gone.
Waste
And
management's cool.
that is the end of the problem. So
Right.
you were telling us early this morning
Hmm.
that your wife, who is now home,
Yeah.
noticed something.
Yeah.
What did she see?
So apparently there is a gouge in the hardwoods near the door where there's a lot of traffic in and out. The dog all day long. She don't stop. And then, so I don't know, but there's a gouge, a gash.
So your wife pointed this gouge out to you,
Yes.
and she asked,
She goes, basically, you ruined the floors.
Hmm.
And I said, I think that's been there. I said, because, we had the kids for the holidays, and the little one, he's running around the house all day pushing his toys and stuff. So I said, that looks like the work of Paw Patrol to me. Because he's got a little Paw Patrol truck he pushes around. So I think,
So you're trying to convince your wife that, number one, she hasn't noticed this since
Well, why
the
would-
holidays.
who scours the floors?
she
I mean-
noticed it 2 days after she got back.
Yeah. But because because the couch is gone, so the floor is exposed.
Oh, you had your
so-
couch right next to the front door.
Well, near that area, yes. So I believe what happened here, Pat, is that the little one, grandson, was playing, and no fault of his. He's a little one. Gouged the floor with his toys.
So
Which is fine.
I
We'll
just,
take it out of his inheritance.
I just want to make, like you've got inheritance to give him.
Well, he's got less now.
Thank God he's your step grandson. He's not inheriting that hairline you got there. I just want to make sure that everyone is on the same page.
That's it.
Okay.
We're not gonna.
Nope.
The little one. He's an innocent child.
You told your wife
He's roughhousing.
that the gouge in the floor that everybody listening to the show knows
Paw Patrol.
you put there.
Mhm.
You believe?
No, I don't know.
No, everybody knows, including, look me in the face. Did you put that gouge there?
How First of all, I was sliding
You
the
can't
couch.
even look at me. I said look at me.
I was in the back of the couch as the thing was going on, so I don't know what was going on up there. I wasn't in charge of the front of the couch at that time.
You told your wife
Yes.
that the gouge that, without question, you put in the floor was the work
Could
of
possibly
your grandson.
be. We don't know. We don't know. Like, crazy, right? How these things happen.
Okay. So, Kimmy, we know a couple of things about Tommy.
Yep.
We know that he's brutally OCD. Right? Everything has to be clean,
Yep.
in its place.
Yeah.
You notice the
Very
most
particular about things.
the most minute details, Kimmy, will stand out to him on the strangest stuff.
Yep.
The fact that you never noticed this scratch before, and then all of a sudden it's there after you move the couch,
Yeah, crazy,
Really
right? But
weird.
who knows?
yeah, tells us one thing.
What?
You made the scratch!
Maybe it happened. Maybe it
You
didn't.
made the scratch.
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Quite possibly. We'll get back to you as soon as possible.
But for you, as a grandpa,
Yeah.
and a grandpa that's been, Kimmy, he dove into the grandpa life.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job.
Now it's a little payback time.
To
Well-
even think payback. Oh, really? So he didn't do it.
Well, I don't know.
Also, you.
He doesn't have the cards. All right.
Are you
He
trying,
thinks he's a big shot.
are you
He's
trying
not
to
a
do
big
Trump?
shot.
Because I think you're moving to
He's
Gilbert
three.
Gottfried.
I know.
You are now Gilbert Gottfried.
He's 3, and he thinks he's a big shot. He doesn't have the cards. With me, you got cards, kid.
I want to point out that if you are going to go down this road of blaming your
I'm not blaming
grandkids,
anybody. I'm not
well, or
blaming.
pointing out that it could be the grandkids.
Yes.
no, you're
and their
blaming the
cook-
grandkid. That's what you're doing here.
If you go down this road, I do want to point out it's still your fault because you purchased said toys that scratch the ground.
I you know what? And that definitely I did buy in the Paw Patrol little car.
Question.
Go ahead.
Have you thought, how do you not think towards the end?
You work on the fly, baby.
All right.
You know what I mean? You go with the flow, off the cuff.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, with Tommy, who absolutely gouged his wood
Yeah.
floor moving this couch, now blaming it on his grandson to his wife's face yesterday. Does blaming the kids make you a monster? What if your wife brings up at some point today, tomorrow, next time she talks to her son,
Yeah.
hey, I think your son may have gouged the floor.
Yeah.
And your son goes, there's no way that happened.
Bro, what?
What
It's
do
a
you...
mystery, Pat.
You haven't thought this through? That this could come up? And that this could cause an issue?
But how would he know that the kid scratched the floor if he wasn't home when he
Now
did
why
it?
my kid doesn't play that rough. Right, are you questioning?
Age 3, the old kids
Are you,
play
oh, really?
rough.
So you're going to tell him that
They
it's...
bang and they push and they run. He's a boy.
Oh, so really?
He's a boy.
Really?
Let the boy play.
Okay. How did you not? I mean, I don't know. I ask how because you haven't thought any of this through. From the beginning, you could have just did what your wife asked, and we would have had no problems from the beginning. I don't understand.
That's your whole generation. Take the easy way out. I'm from a generation where you blame your children for your shortcomings.
You're laughing. You know you did this. You know you did this. Okay.
But you know what? 10 years from now, I'll tell the kid the story. Him and I'll have a
Oh,
laugh.
that you lied? That you lied?
We'll have a beer together.
No.
In 10 years when he's 12?
Yeah,
By
well,
the way, this is something like this is you're
ponies.
as the grandparent.
What?
This isn't a move of grandparent polls. Like the grandkids can do no wrong to
you
grandparents.
didn't do anything wrong.
You're not.
I don't want them
never-
punished for it.
Well, but they could be if you,
That
if
kid's
you
not
go
gonna-
down this road of blaming the grandkids on things that you did wrong.
It's your wife's house. She's not going to let him play with that car.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You going to deny that child that
Yeah,
car?
because he gouged the floor, according to you.
Well, you got to watch him.
He's going to come over. Oh, so it's her fault.
Watch it. Well, you know, it takes two to tango there. You need to watch the child.
252-WCMF, 252
Grandpa can't do everything.
263.
Killing myself. Ruining my retirement.
Tommy moves a couch last week after we begged him not to. He breaks a door frame in doing so after getting it stuck. He has to pay for a new storm door, which we find out cost him $450 yesterday.
By the way, it is beautiful.
Yesterday, his wife notices a gouge in the floor near the door where he was moving the couch. She asks him what that is, knowing what it is. Tommy looks her in the face and says, that might be from our grandson.
But push the toys around.
Playing the toys.
And by the way,
over
we're
there.
moving so much stuff around when we had these kids,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because, you know, we have a small house.
Sure.
We don't have doctor money. We, big house, this and that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Big stuff. We're simple people.
Yeah, simple
Pat.
people. And where do you live again?
We live in a small cottage on the edge of the village.
In Pittsford. And didn't you say this morning that you have
we
you
have
have
a crock-
backup outside
Yes.
furniture?
Yes, but it's cruddy.
You're kind of proving my point. If this house is small, you'd have noticed that gouge weeks ago.
Nah, it's tough. It's very cramped in there.
What percentage of grandparents or parents have blamed their kids after getting caught doing something wrong?
You don't think your old man did it constantly?
No, my old man
I'm
was
gonna
just like,
say-
yeah, I did it. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to say parents do it way more than grandparents.
You think so?
Yeah, like I said, the grandparent, like, you are supposed to be the fun one. You know, this
I
is where
am.
kids come to relax and not be in trouble for things. So I'm going to say parent is going to try to save face with the spouse before grandparent does.
So, like, when it comes to food getting eaten, something broken, something wrong with the car.
Something's missing.
Right, okay. So, but no, missing's a big one. You can't blame
Yeah,
your kid
no,
for
I-
something
Like, who
missing.
ate that? What's going on here? Well, the kids probably got into it.
I mean, in doing this, you are making the child the victim here. Something is going to be different. When
Hey,
this-
man, welcome to Earth, baby.
Welcome to Earth.
Baby. Everybody's a victim at some point. I think it's a great learning experience for the child.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jeremy. Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
I think my new favorite impression on the show is we have no cards. I mean, Tommy's nailing it here.
Are you talking about Gilbert Gottfried doing Donald Trump? You're talking about that one?
Yeah, it's a very weird thing. I don't know. Maybe he's doing an Affleck commercial. I'm really not sure. Tommy, I've been on your side this whole time.
Yeah,
I
buddy.
kinda
Me and
continue
you,
to be on
right?
your side. Well, but what I don't understand is
What's
that
up?
I made a joke last week, but it was clear that you couldn't do this by yourself.
It got
Right.
done. The couch is gone.
Yeah, great. The couch is gone,
Mhm.
and many problems still exist. I
With
don't
every
know why you
project, Jeremy, there's backups, there's delays. It happens.
Sure. But with 5 minutes of planning, like I suggested, this might have gone a lot smoother for you. I don't understand. I have to imagine, joking aside, that you know a lot of people. Some people who might be willing to come give you a hand.
No,
No,
he doesn't,
no,
actually.
he doesn't.
I offered and he wouldn't take it, and I'm the only person that talks to him.
All right. Well, you didn't reach out to Ben or somebody I was half serious about that. You could have got this done with a lot less pain.
I would
and
be.
achieve the goal of getting the couch out before your wife got back.
I thought about Ben because I know because he drives around a lot. But I'd be afraid that once I get the couch outside, he's going to live on it. And I'd have to explain
do
why there's a
understand
Ben
that
at the end
fear,
of our
yeah.
door.
We got ourselves a Ben.
We got an outdoor Ben.
Yeah, he's just not going away. He lives here now.
Hey, Jeremy, I would like to
I
point out.
understand
I would like to point out that you are the only person.
That thinks Tommy plans for things.
Oh no, past that. Yes,
Okay.
that. You are the only person that called the show exactly a week ago today and
Yeah.
encouraged him to do this. So if anyone else is at fault other than Tommy, it is you.
Oh, blame Jeremy. I like that one too.
I mean, that's fine. You can tell your wife that I'm at fault. I mean, she doesn't know who I am, so use me if you want.
All right.
And, I mean, and you're not saying that the grandchild absolutely did this. You're saying, we don't
just
know.
don't
Do you hear yourself right now, you monster?
Yeah,
I
we
know.
just don't
You're gonna
know.
do this.
You're carrying on the impression that you're doing for as long as possible. They don't know if we did it. Well, nobody knows who it was. I can't do it. You're
No,
right.
now it's Ed Asner doing Gilbert Gottfried doing Donald Trump.
Yeah, I masturbate a lot. That's a deep cut. All right, see you there.
Thanks, Jeremy. There goes Jeremy. I love how he comes in all like, hey, guys, I know I told him to do this too and screwed up. Isn't everybody having a good time? Hey, this is fun, everybody. Ha, 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 ha. Look,
Yeah.
Look,
What's that?
you're the adult here,
Yes.
all right?
Yeah.
If you admit, this is what I don't.
No, it's too late to admit it.
No, it's
now.
not.
You are no.
She's right.
I think it is. I
That
think if
horse
you
has
go
left the barn,
backwards,
son.
If you go backwards now and say, you know what, I think it was me.
You can't. You're
She's
right.
gonna be pissed that your first instinct was to blame her grandchildren.
She's not dumb. Like, and that's what bothers me too. I know your wife. I have met your wife. Your wife is a lovely woman, and she is a smart woman. She knows what happened, stupid.
But why admit
doesn't have the
anything? I don't
evidence.
have to.
No, she doesn't.
Nobody was there when this event happened.
No, like you, I know that you think you're like walking in that house like, ha ha, perfect crime, ha ha ha, ha,
How he laughs.
ha ha. She's not stupid.
I understand
Other
that.
than guy with men she's attracted to. She knows what you did. She just doesn't want to deal with it. You could go home. You could admit you scratched the floor. You're an adult. You're an adult man. She's not going to throw you out of her
And
house.
by the way, and it's no big deal. We could just buff it out.
So then why didn't you come
I
clean?
know.
You said gouge, by the way. You can't buff a gouge.
Oh, I buffed a gouge last night. Was at your mama's house.
It doesn't even make sense.
Buffed that gouge.
Like, the consequences for the kid
What?
are going to be
There's
much
no
more.
consequences
No, there
for
are,
the
because he's
child.
not going to be able to play with his toys.
Yeah.
Your wife will not let him play with his toys on the hardwood
First of all,
if she believes you.
That kid could do no wrong.
This is gonna come back on you because again, like next birthday,
Oh, yeah,
next
great
holiday,
point.
next Christmas,
What?
she's gonna start to say no to all your potential gift ideas. Because you said you actually love shopping for your grandkids.
Yeah, 'cause
for
it'll-
these things because it's like cool toys that you wish you had.
Yeah, we're getting
well,
slot
guess what?
cars.
No more cool toys.
Yeah, you can't have slot
That's gonna be
cars.
closed.
What?
It's a fire hazard.
Not a fire hazard.
What are you talking about? You gouged the floor with the Paw Patrol car. She's going to let you have the responsibility again?
We're doing that in model trains.
God, no, you're not. She's not going to let you have model
Yeah,
trains.
hell
Yes.
no.
You're going to put plastic track with metal on the floor. That's not going to scratch it up too?
No, it's not going to scratch
It'll
it up.
absolutely scratch it up. We already got a scratch in the floor.
We got to support the railroads. They're going away.
The consequences for the kid in this situation are much more severe than they would be for you, seeing as how you are a man who lives in that house. A man who was so independent last week that you assured us you could move a couch with no issues. And now this is the third time we are talking about on the air something going wrong. Just come clean, man.
I think Kimmy's right. It's too late.
See what you did?
Well, I do think it's too late.
Yeah.
You already made this decision
If you're
because he's gonna go home and double down on it.
No, you know what? I just want peace in the house. That's all I want. Just peace in the house. Let's just let it go. Let's just get it over with. Peace.
What? Get what over with?
We're all
the
done.
truth?
We're all done. That's
you
all.
can get it over with by going home and saying you gouged the
You
floor.
getting a new couch? How exciting is that going to be, honey? You getting a new couch?
She's paying for it. You don't have money.
Well, we're still getting a new couch.
No, she's getting a new couch.
Yes, and how exciting is that? You should be thankful that you live in a country that you can afford a free couch.
All right, I'm going to say one thing, and I get that you're probably not going to change your mind. I just need you to listen to one thing.
I'm going to listen.
And this is coming from a parent.
Okay.
All right. If your stepson and your daughter-in-law find out
Yeah.
that you blame their kid for doing this, there will be repercussions.
Like what?
No, I'm telling you.
What are you going to do? Take away my grandpa privilege?
Yeah. That
Who's
could
gonna
be
watch the kid?
something.
Where you find a better grandpa than me? Like, number one.
Any grandpa that doesn't blame his grandkids for his
Well,
mistakes.
other than that, like one little thing.
There will be a mistake, or there will be a consequence. You have made a mistake. I'm telling you.
You better
This,
come up.
all right.
Right.
We tried. It's too late now anyway.
And it is.
I mean-
It is.
Okay.
Let's just let it go.
Well, it's not.
We got to get a
you're
new
not gonna
couch.
go.
And if something gets spilled, well, you weren't watching the kids.
So
What?
It's called Blame That Child.
let's take a break. How about a date night? Not for you, because you're about to be divorced soon. But Kimmy, you want to talk date nights?
Sure.
Okay. There was a time.
There was a time.
You know what? Doesn't feel right today.
What?
Doesn't feel right today. Blaming a child. Child blaming. Where a date night had to be a full night of entertainment. Just dinner wasn't enough. Just
Oh, yeah.
drinks wasn't enough. And we've kind of gotten away from that. Time probably being the biggest problem.
Yeah.
But there is now a place in our area where you could go to a show, have drinks, an app, and go to dinner
Like a nightclub.
all in the same place. All in the same place.
Well, they opened up the old Copa?
We'll get into it. And how, although this is fantastic,
Yeah.
it may also change what is expected on nights you take out your partner.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next year in the break room. Let's see that. there are only so many places you can have a romantic evening.
Oh, yeah.
And even those places can get limited. You can do one thing or you can do the other. Unless we take a trip back in time.
Oh.
A place that at one point was an acceptable date night when you were younger and more fun. Well, guess what?
What's that?
Things are different. And they want you back for an evening of food, entertainment, and romance.
Wait, the old supper club?
No. But here's the thing. This may now be the perfect all-in-one date night in the greater Rochester area.
Fantastic.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45-ish, the NFL's legal tampering free agency period opened yesterday. You understand what that means?
No.
Doesn't matter. I'll explain in a second. The Bills made two moves that did not get Bills fans super excited.
Okay.
However, these two gentlemen who will be playing in Buffalo next season have a very strange thing in common.
Oh.
And it seems that the Bills are cornering the market on players from here.
Yeah, did they do that on purpose, or is this just a coincidence?
I don't know, but I'm dying to know.
right.
And we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Big announcement out on the west side, Tommy.
What's going on?
Apple Cinema
Oh, yeah.
has announced their newest location in the Mall at Grease Ridge will open March 14th.
Nice.
That's this week. The theater, which already has a location in Pittsburgh,
Yeah.
is a full-service movie theater. We're talking booze. We're talking like real food, appetizers, full meals. The Apple in Pittsburgh offers burgers, chicken entrees, bowls, all kinds of good stuff.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, you could just munch on appetizers, have a couple of drinks, watch a movie.
Yeah.
And that's where the new possibilities of this situation get interesting. The mall has become a somewhat sophisticated date night.
Oh, really?
Well, look at it this way. Kimmy, remember when we were younger, the mall was a perfectly acceptable date night?
Like when you were a teenager?
Yeah, even in your early 20s.
Yeah, I guess.
Go do some shopping, get some munchies along the way.
Well, it was like I'm thinking more teenager because that was like the only place you were allowed
Okay.
at the time
Fair enough.
to hang out with your friends or bring a date there. And your parents like, yeah, go to a movie.
But it was appropriate,
Yeah.
right? You can go to a movie, you
Walk
go get dinner,
around.
yeah, walk around. It was fun, right? But that changes as you get older. Now it feels like
Yeah.
the malls are changing for us. You look at a place like Greece. They have a cavalcade of sit-down restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
They now have this high-end movie theater. Tommy, if you wanted a nice romantic night, you could have a couple of drinks and a snack at this theater.
Yeah.
See a show,
Yeah.
then walk 50 yards down the mall to a sit-down place and have a nice meal.
Just sit at a bar too.
Oh, yeah.
It's dinner, it's drinks, it's a show, all within 50 yards inside of each other. Where else in the greater Rochester area can you get something
You
like
can't.
that? It doesn't happen.
Actually, you don't even have to even leave that movie theater if you think about it.
Really, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
if you
yeah.
wanted a nice change of
If you wanted-
pace,
Yeah.
right?
Wanted to extend the night.
you got it. So here's my question.
What's that?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the bare minimum for a romantic date night right now? Tommy, if you took your wife out just for drinks, is that a date night?
Yes. We could make that.
Oh,
work.
wow, way to do the bare minimum.
No, but you would go out for cocktails?
Hey,
Yeah.
you want $12? I love you.
Why ain't stopping at one drink?
Kimmy, is just drinks enough for a date night for you
I
and your
think
husband?
so. Maybe okay. It's are we talking like people dating or you've been with somebody for a long time?
Okay, that's actually a good question. Let's start
A
with
couple going out for
let's
you.
start with married couple like us, or you've been together with someone for a while. Is just drinks enough for a date?
I would think so.
Okay.
Because like especially if you have kids, like you may only have like a few hours to get out and do something. So I don't see why that would be inappropriate.
And you're right. Parents with little ones, fair enough. Anytime you get out of the house, you won't get picky. But this whole drinks is okay for a date wasn't always the case, right? There was a time,
There was a drinking time.
thank you, where you needed entertainment, a meal, and drinks
Yeah.
for it to be considered a date night. Dinner and a movie, dinner and a show, dinner or something
Yeah.
unique like mini golf or batting cages or a
Concert, live, just go see a band.
Exactly. Something like that. It was not an official date night unless you had entertainment, alcohol,
But you weren't getting any.
and a meal. Well,
Yeah. You
get it.
weren't.
Okay. I'm just talking about her leaving at the end of the night or getting home at the end of the night and going, that was a satisfactory
Yeah.
evening for me. When did all of a sudden it become socially acceptable for sitting at a bar for an hour, having a couple of drinks? When did that become an appropriate date night? Because you've been around the longest, by
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
You've lived through these transitions.
Yeah, but I've kind of aged out. You know what I mean? As far as like young people.
But I don't think it's an age thing because I think that,
Just
even
trends.
yeah,
wise.
it seems like more of a trend than Kimmy. You see 20-year-olds that go out have a drink. That's a date. They go home.
Yeah.
We like sitting at the bar having get naps and drinks, yes. That's what we'll do. Instead of like having to wait for a table and sit down.
Do you hear yourself right now?
What's that?
I'm not coming out here at 4:30 to wait 3 minutes for a table when I could sit down at this
Throw the
bar,
menu at you.
in this sports bar with art on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna guess like the younger you are, the more casual you want that date to be. So like just simply drinks and not even no food is fine.
So does dinner and a show not exist anymore?
Well, it would now with this new cinema, yeah, but before it would be kind of like 3 trips.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No, I get it.
So like this all-in-one thing is nice.
But like, even with the cinema, I mean, look, men, we take the path of least resistance.
Yes.
Right? So, like, if my wife is happy with just dinner, if my wife is happy with just drinks, I'm doing that.
Yes,
You know what I mean? And I would be afraid that if I did go out to Greece and do movie, drinks and apps at the movie, and then go to a restaurant, well, that's going to be the expectation every time we go out now.
Oh, yeah, you're setting a high bar.
There you go.
And it's hard to find movies for most couples that they both want to watch. Because you don't like most movies.
That's
that your
not
wife
true.
likes.
Okay, that my wife likes.
Like your wife likes TV shows you can't stand, or you don't even know the storyline.
There's not a
and she's
single-
been watching them for years.
There's not a single show my wife and I can watch together.
Yeah, so my wife and I watch a lot of stuff together, and we watch movies together. But I think we're unique like that.
Okay.
Because I'm so metropolitan.
You're a bitch.
And
yes.
sophisticated.
You, Joe bitch.
Yes. And I've just given up.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that would be hard because like it would kind of suck if you went and you had to suffer through a movie you couldn't stand, either for your wife or you. That would put a bad taste in your mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So is that why we got away from it? Because like even
Yeah,
when
because it's hard. It's hard to find a movie that you would both agree on. There you go. Yeah, I'm dying to see
So
that.
you don't think that existed back in the day, though?
well, I think it was the husband decided what he wanted to do, and this is what we're going
Yeah.
to see. And every once in a while, his dad would let her go see, like beaches.
Yeah,
Bette Midler on the big screen.
but think about it.
They're going to
though.
go see Bobby Darin at the Copa. No, but I guess that goes for any form of entertainment. Like, it's rare that you and your spouse will find a concert that you both want to
Yeah.
go to. It's rare that you and your spouse,
Especially as you age, I think you become more split on your taste.
Oh, I would have thought it was the opposite.
As far as entertainment's concerned.
Really?
Yeah.
I would have thought that, spending time with someone and growing with someone, you would have started to, hone in on what
One
you
gave up.
Okay.
Or, yeah,
You just surrendered.
So
or-
romantic.
yeah.
I kind of like some of that music. Yeah. No, you don't.
Or you're just more content with doing your own separate thing, whereas
Yes.
when you're younger, you feel like you're almost like forcing doing stuff together and like having those common interests. And then as you age, you're just like, okay, well, if you're gonna watch this on TV, I'm gonna watch this on my iPad.
Okay.
And we'll both
Yeah.
watch simultaneously.
You know what? That's an interesting angle here, though. As again, we're talking about 252 WCMF. Apple Cinemas in the mall in Greece is opening on Friday. It's a grand opening. If you have not been to one of these, they have a location in Pittsburgh. It's full service. They have
Yeah.
meals and appetizers and drinks. And the mall at Greece Ridge has changed over the last couple of years, right? Now it's more of an entertainment destination.
Yeah.
At least we're trying to make it. So in theory, you could have an old school date night, dinner, drinks, a show. All in the same spot,
Yeah, right
You
along.
can either stay at the movie theater or when the movie's over, walk on down to one of the 4 or 5 restaurants
Mm-hmm.
that they have sitting down there. You're right, Kimmy. The fact that people in that moment have the opportunity to ignore what their spouse likes
Yeah.
does change the game. Because, like, if your dad or your mom, Tom, even you back in the day, you didn't have a phone to look
Right.
at. You weren't going to open up the USA
You didn't
Today
have
while the movie was on.
No.
Options.
No. So we went, we just did crap together, but we hated it.
So I am curious.
Yeah.
Because, the reason Apple Theaters exist now, they took over 2 movie theaters that went out of business.
Yeah.
What was the movie was it Regal that owned that movie theater in Greece before?
I think so.
probably.
Okay. We wanted to stay at home and everything was available.
Yeah.
Right? All the streaming services, cheap ass giant TVs like we talked about last week. But those streaming services, Tommy, are getting more expensive. People are getting frustrated with how many you have to buy, the streaming services, to enjoy the stuff you want to see. It kind of feels like we're getting a little bit stir crazy again.
Yeah, we want to get out and socialize again.
So is this going to be successful?
Well, sure it is.
Well, okay.
I mean, because we're social animals, so you want to get back out and do things and see things. You're not going to just want to stay cooped up in your house all the time.
But those nights get expensive, right?
Yeah, but you're still going to do it.
Are you? Because we weren't doing it with movie theaters
Well,
to begin with.
the way the new theaters are set up too, like they try to make it as close to the comfort of your own
Yeah.
home as they can, and that could also be a draw. Like you're getting out, but I'm still comfortable here because I
Yeah.
have my own recliner, I have my own glass of wine.
And people want to be waited on.
I
That's
guess.
the other thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're
I
not
don't
wrong.
have to clean up and everything else.
I guess what I'm asking is, like, I get that people will go and try this because
Yeah.
it's new and unique and they want to see what it's like, right?
Right.
But after that experience, after they've had the experience, are they more likely to stay in on a night when you and your partner have time to yourselves?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go out and do that again?
I think women especially want to go out more.
Is that true, Kimmy?
Not with her. She's a hermit.
My wife likes staying at home now. I mean,
Yeah, but your wife's very social. I mean, my God, how many groups is she a part of? She runs these organizations.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
You own multiple tuxedos. So you can't say you're like stay-at-home dude.
No, but like on a Friday night, my wife gets home from work.
Yeah.
She's exhausted.
Yeah.
She just wants to chill around the house. Veg
Yeah, but
out.
that gets old for women, I think.
Well, I think it probably depends on who's the more social person between the two of you.
It's definitely her.
Well, you're social.
For me,
you run
it's
your
my
mouth all
husband.
up and down the hall.
I don't like going out, though. You know that. Bills game, I'll go. Sabres game, I'll go.
Right.
Anything else, I'd rather stay at home. I got,
Yeah.
7 streaming services.
Like I'm more of the takeout person. He's more of the dine-in person.
So your husband, you mean?
Yeah.
So your husband's the social person. He would want to be
Yes.
the one that goes out to the movie,
Yeah,
have
he
drinks. and-
usually encourages it probably more than I do.
Okay. So that blows up your theory.
Or,
Kimmy doesn't like going out. You have this idea
but,
of like,
Kimmy's weird.
I don't know if she is.
Like I said, I
Like-
think it's just between the two of you, the more social person is usually the one that wants to, get out and go
But
do
I always think
something.
it's the wife.
And I don't
Women
I
are
don't know.
social. They like to dress up. They like to go out. They like to look pretty. Guys just want to put on a hoodie and fart.
Yeah, but you just pointed out
That's a night out.
But it takes more work for her to go out than it does for you.
No,
Why?
well, no, in normal situations.
I make it.
I'm looking you up and down, Mr. Pretty Pants. Wearing your pretty outfit even into work this morning. We got Instagram messages coming in. You can always get us, on Instagram, at Duffy on WCMF. Lisa writes us, I want something more than dinner. At minimum, dinner and dancing. So we had
Dancing?
we had asked.
We going to the dance hall, lady? Where would you go and dance?
That's a great question. Is there
Yeah.
dancing around still?
Unless
Where?
you're going.
The Hootenanny bar?
Yeah, the Hootenanny bar. It's a really long sign. Hootenanny, AHHHHHHHH bar.
Well, I guess you could go like
What's
where
that?
there's a live band or something.
But you
I
don't
don't know.
wanna
If,
be
I
the-
don't know if like they consider if that woman would consider
The only
that
one I could think of
dancing.
would be like a country bar where they would have like live music and dancing.
All right.
Yeah.
But
know
other
what you're
than
doing.
that,
Serious question. Is there a club where people go dancing?
there ain't.
like that are over the age of like 30.
Well, I'm looking at Lisa. She looks like she's in her. Sorry, Lisa, if I'm wrong. She looks like she's in her 40s. She's not a kid.
Where's she dancing?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like straight up regular ass
I
dancing.
don't know. I am just as perplexed as you are.
Come on,
by
honey, we're
this.
gonna go out and do the cha-cha tonight.
Well, no, but dinner and dancing was a standard date back in the day.
But that was my parents' day,
I
man.
know. I am just as surprised as you are, but maybe there is something that we don't know about.
Okay, a disco of some sort.
Okay.
We're
Disco.
going down to the discotheque.
Look,
See the
Taylor.
go-go girls.
Taylor's in Pittsford was one of those places. You can go as a grown-ass person and dance.
Yeah, but that's been
But was
closed
that
for
even a
years.
different kind of vibe than what they're talking about?
Well,
Yeah, that was
I-
more of a creepy ass vibe, man. You can see horny 70-year-old men gawking at young girls.
That's the entire town of Pittsford. Again, based on what you look like, glass houses, stones, etc. There's like salsa clubs. Okay, let me ask
Okay,
you.
like,
there's only
I
one
know it-
salsa club that I know you went to.
And
No,
I was
there's a
gonna say, like,
multiple.
I feel like at those places though, you have to know what you're doing. Like, you have to be a good dancer,
Right.
Otherwise, you're gonna look like a fool.
So I think they have lessons. And by the way, the only reason I went to that salsa club, I was unaware of what a salsa club was. I thought I was going to get a bunch of chips and a whole bunch of
Then
tomatoes.
it didn't happen.
Did not happen. I was
All
very
right.
disappointed. No, I went one time with my wife. I did not enjoy it. But, you put the face on and you go.
Yeah,
She had a great time.
but it's probably where the hell is the joint downtown?
There's one downtown. They're all in the city. There's a couple.
All right.
Yeah. But, okay, let's say your wife wanted to go out and do that. One night. She heard it was fun. One of her friends told her. Dinner and dancing. You wouldn't take her?
I would take her. I'd be miserable, but I would take her because I don't want to dance. So don't ask me. It would suck.
Can guys that dance get laid?
Of course.
No, like now.
Oh yeah.
But where
Well,
would
that's
you?
a skill. Like guys that
Yeah,
know how
but
to
where are you
dance,
gonna
that's a skill.
it is, but where are you gonna show it off? Like, how often do you have the
Weddings is the
opportunity
only place
to
you can
show
pull
it
it off.
off?
Exactly. What, are you just
Yeah.
going to show up at random weddings and start
Yeah.
dancing? Because, salsa is a very specific type of dance,
Yes.
right? So if you can't
Well,
salsa,
it's the
Yeah.
forbidden dance.
And by the way, when we
he
say
likes
you
the Tango
can
de la
dance,
Muerte.
when we say that a guy who can dance, we're not saying like you have one go-to move that you've mastered.
And we're not talking air guitar either.
No, I mean, you can legitimately dance. I'm always impressed with guys that can actually
Oh,
dance.
shut up, you bitch.
I
You took
am.
dance lessons one time. You hated it. You made fun of everybody.
I do, but I am impressed with guys that can pull it
Yeah,
off.
it is impressive.
Like, I mean, a smooth dancer
Yeah, no, I get
is
it.
impressive. Like, that's got to get you laid.
Well, look, my youngest does ballroom dance competitively.
Yeah.
And I went to this dance competition in Niagara Falls over the summer. And you're right, man. Like, these dudes, they were all over the place.
Yeah.
Right? And like, they were good-looking guys.
But even like when I go down to like jazz festivals, those outdoor concerts, every once in a while you'll see a couple just like get out and get their groove on, and like they're good. Like that guy is good. Like I almost want to go like, I hope you didn't settle down with her because you could have any woman you want.
Why would you say that out loud?
I don't say that to him, but I want to tell him that
Okay.
because I think a guy that can dance can get laid forever. Even like old dudes.
So then why are we taking dancing lessons?
I can't dance. I'm not coordinated.
Well, I mean, you could probably do it if you took the lessons. You
Yeah.
just quit early. You got the shoes for it, you bitch.
You do. You have the outfits. And you even have tracksuits if you want to try a different style dance.
I told you my old man could dance.
B-boy dancing?
My old man could dance. Like that old crew could dance.
So when did that become like a sissy thing?
I don't know because like my second administration, my father-in-law Tony, little rough Sicilian, construction worker.
Yeah.
Smooth ass dancer, man. Like smooth. I couldn't believe it.
You had to
And
die
I'm-
with your generation then,
It
because
did.
you would have been their kids and you didn't
Yeah.
learn it. So
No, to your point, my boxing
Yeah.
coach, he's in his late 60s.
All Italian men back in that generation could dance.
Yeah.
I think that's how they got in here. They made him dance. Hey, Tony, do that dance. Come on,
what?
Tony, dance. You want to get in this country?
Wait, they were trying to get in Ireland?
No, he's trying to get, the Irish Cup is right there.
it does make
Border
me,
Patrol.
Shut up.
it does make me wonder why in school, why did they have us do square dancing and not like
Stupidest thing.
actual like ballroom dance
Are
or
you
something
Because
like
square
useful?
dancing's American.
I'm going to tell you why.
Why?
Because there was a famous square dancer and country dancer in this country that promoted it,
Oh, so
and it was Ford.
Oh, Gerald
So,
Ford. Or not
no.
Gerald Ford. Ha!
Gerald Ford's relative. Henry Ford
Ford.
loved to square dance, and he would teach his employees how to do it,
Yeah.
and he pushed for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's how it got into schools.
Oh.
All right, so we started with date night. We finished with the history of why we learned square dancing in
From
school.
the Ford Motor Company,
All right, let's take
who
a break.
brought you the Mustang.
The NFL legal free agent tampering period started yesterday.
what happened?
I'll explain. The Bills, it looks like, have 2 new members of the team. And there are Bills fans that are disappointed. They thought there was going to be a
I
big
never
move
heard of these
yesterday.
people.
I will explain who they are.
All
This
right.
is good. This is good for the
Okay.
Bills. But what's strange about it,
What's that?
they have 2 very unique things in common.
Oh.
And it seems, Kimmy, they wanted to play as close to home as possible.
Is that why?
I don't know. Nobody's talked to them. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Oh, buddy.
What's going on?
Well, Bills fans yesterday around noon got all excited because it was time to find out who the newest members of the Buffalo Bills were going to be.
Ooh, boy.
And, all offseason long, we've been talking about a big deal coming.
Yes, what happened?
Well, the big deal wasn't there. But we do have 2 new Bills players, and this is a good thing.
Yeah.
However, they do have something very strange in common.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Yesterday was the start of the legal free agency tampering period.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
No.
Okay. So, long story short, NFL teams have 2 weeks to essentially sign players to contracts without actually signing them to contracts.
So how does that work?
It doesn't really. The deal is done. It was just a way to keep teams from secretly signing players.
Oh.
Okay. So,
All right.
the big news yesterday,
Yeah, who we going to get?
well, a couple of things. Outside of Buffalo, Sam Darnold, quarterback, is now a member of the Seattle Seahawks.
Right.
The Jets found their quarterback of the future,
Ooh, who they get?
Justin Fields.
All right.
He's a first-round bust, so we'll see how that goes. And Bills fans were waiting for a big-name defensive end, a big-name wide receiver to come off the board and sign in Buffalo.
Yep.
And that did not happen.
Oh.
They kicked off their signings yesterday. Wide receiver Josh Palmer.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, you shouldn't. He played with the Chargers for the last 4 seasons. He had to take a chance to take a big step this year, like become an impact player. Got hurt in camp. This is going to be one of those guys, Kimmy, where 2 years from now we're going to say, how was this guy available for so cheap?
Yep. Or.
You will forget he ever played for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
Yeah, that
All
guy.
right.
There will be no in between. And we also signed defensive end Michael Hecht.
I think it's Hoyt.
Hoyt.
Hoyt?
Hoyt.
Where's he from?
He played with the Rams last season. He is an athletic freak.
So we got 2 L.A. guys.
Yeah, you got one from the Chargers.
He's
One. Yeah.
big kid?
Monster, like the most athletic man you've ever seen in your life.
Oh,
But both of them playing in L.A.
Yeah.
is not what they have in common.
really?
Both Josh Palmer and Michael Hoyt are Canadian.
Oh. What?
They both
Yeah.
grew up in Canada.
What are the odds? How many Canadian players are there in the NFL?
So there's more than you think.
Are there?
Like born in Canada and then they played college in Canada or down here?
So Michael Hoyt, the defensive end, he played high school football in Canada, went to Brown, Ivy League educated.
All right.
Josh
Which is not
Palmer.
a football powerhouse.
No, it's not, but Ryan Fitzpatrick, Harvard, etc.
All
Then Josh Palmer played he played 1 year of high school football in Florida. I think he came down here to try and get a scholarship. Almost went to Syracuse, but he played college football in America as well.
Okay.
So both of them born and raised in Canada. Both of them raised Hoyt grew up in Oakville. Palmer grew up in Brampton. Both of them about an hour from Buffalo.
Oh, so like right around Toronto area.
Yeah, outside of Toronto.
All right.
Very
Yeah.
familiar with Bills Mafia, I'm sure.
Yep.
All right.
So they came from L.A., and it looks like, Kimmy, they wanted to play closer to home.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, their houses are burnt down. What are you going to do? How do you get out of there?
I mean,
You know
not
they
only-
lost their houses.
I don't know if they lost their
All
house.
the rich guys lost their houses.
These guys weren't big money players.
Well, they're in worse shape.
Okay.
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, yes, you're leaving good teams, but you're going to another good team closer to home. So why not?
You know the weather.
You're not afraid of the cold.
Who's the most successful Canadian player to ever play in the NFL? You want to Google that?
Yeah.
Because, the Bills have had a couple of Canadians before. Steve Christie, the kicker, he was Canadian.
Yeah.
Timmy Tyndale, they had a running back in the mid-'90s. He was Canadian. But those are the only
Like
two
a,
that...
like a popular one.
Well,
That
Steve Christie was very popular. He was the best kicker in the NFL at the time. And he's Canadian.
All right.
Hockey player.
Because I wouldn't think, why would you play hockey in Canada? I mean, why would you play football in Canada?
Well, these guys are huge dudes.
yeah,
I mean,
but I mean, there's really not high school football probably isn't big in Canada.
to be honest with you, I know they play Canadian football rules. I don't know how big it is.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. I wouldn't think you would develop the chops unless you came down here.
Look, basketball is also blowing up in Canada. There are a ton of Canadian stars, Canadian-born NBA stars.
Okay.
So maybe their brand. Hockey's a very expensive sport. Maybe
Yeah.
you can't afford it. I
Right.
know all Canadians are nuts for it, but you have to have money to play hockey.
All right.
Sucks.
I thought they gave you all that stuff.
Yeah, at the border.
Well, I thought it was like free healthcare and pads. Couple of sticks get you started.
252 WCMF. Both players the Bills signed yesterday, wide receiver Josh Palmer and defensive end Michael Hoyt, Canadians.
See, now you tell me they're Canadian. Sounds like they're not going to work out.
Why?
Because there's never been an impact
No,
Canadian.
like I said, they've been on good teams.
No, but this one kid, he was coming along, then he got hurt.
Well, yeah, that
And
happens.
this other kid, he's big, but what's his stats?
Fun fact: Nate Burleson.
Oh,
is
wide
from
receiver.
Calgary.
Get the hell out of here. I didn't know he
Yeah.
was Canadian, the guy that's on the Today Show.
Wait, he's Canadian?
That's what Kimmy just said. I didn't know that.
Wait. There's got to be two Nate Burlesons.
No, he could be Canadian. Why would he not be Canadian? Why are you making that face?
I'm making that face.
Why?
I just don't see Nate Burleson coming out of Western Canada.
Josh Palmer, the wide receiver, is a black guy.
I know he's a black guy.
No, that's why you made the face, because you don't think there are black Canadians.
No, there are black Canadians. I understand.
You're pointing. By the way, Canada's that way, stupid.
Over there, wherever they put it. No, I understand that.
Okay, so is Nate Burleson the most successful NFL player from Canada?
He's got to be an Army brat.
I mean,
So
I'm getting
Why would he be stationed in Canada?
Oh,
That's,
well, they're
that's
doing
coming down
exchange.
the road.
There's a list, but not. I don't really recognize many of these names.
It is surprising back in the day there wasn't like one legendary football player that came from up north.
Yeah.
People are writing Doug Flutie. He's not Canadian. He's from Boston.
Yeah, he just
Massachusetts.
played up there,
Yeah.
and they still owe him $1 million.
So right now, Sidney Brown, he's a safety for the Eagles. Just won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's the first one that pops up when you Google successful Canadian NFL players.
So these guys could be Flopola.
Well, no.
Canadian flop.
Okay, Josh Palmer is a guy you need in this Bills offense. He
Yeah.
can break man coverage. That's what the Bills didn't have last year. Michael Hoyt is going to be a rotational defensive end, but he's one of these guys where you put him in the right system. He's got so much athletic ability.
Okay.
He could be a breakout guy. And you're right. Both of these guys may be nothing in 2 years, but I mean, the Bills have a pretty damn good roster right now.
For sure.
252 WCMF. We were talking about Canadian football.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness we have Bill. He's on CMF. Hey, Belly Boy, how are you?
Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
I actually went to high school in Canada, and I went in Brampton, actually.
Get the hell out of here. You know, he was such a good student when he was there.
Yeah.
All E's.
Wow.
Yeah.
Street E's.
Yay, eh? But, I played high school football, and actually they play high school football, American football rules.
Oh, really? Because I had a
Yeah,
buddy.
but it's all metric.
Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry.
Like how many centimeters to a first down?
How many what?
Centimeters.
Servers.
they
Power
went with,
server.
Like I don't know what a meter is.
It's not. They don't go. They go by regular yards and stuff like that for football. And we got 4 downs for a first down.
But with the
everything
exchange,
like
it's got to kill you.
no, it was good. But you're right. It's not big. We played our games after school. We didn't have Friday night lights. And
You never
stuff
got
like
laid?
that. It was not. Well, I got laid. but it wasn't because
You
of
shut your
football.
mouth. I got laid, son. Thanks to my grades, all the E's. All right, but Bill, are you
yes.
Canadian, Billy?
No. My mom married a Canadian. We moved up there when I went to high school. So
Okay.
I went from 9th grade to 12th. I didn't graduate because I ended up coming back down here, but it was a fun time. And as far as football goes, they play a lot. They play the same. I mean, we were a pretty good team. We were a new high school at the time, so it was fun. We even went to a city championship and got to play in the CN Stadium back then.
Look at that, huh?
So a packed house is 7.
Huh?
And 5 of them were Beavers.
Oh, your mom was there?
You mother,
No,
Bill.
but it was it was cold when we played that
Cold
day,
Beaver's
too.
the
It
worst,
was
man.
like -38 Celsius. It was terrible.
But that's isn't that like 72
Yeah, it's
Fahrenheit?
it's very
no,
comfortable.
it's still.
It was a joke, Bill. I know how it works.
works.
Let the sense of humor up there.
Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Alrighty.
day. Take care. There goes Bill. All right, so I will finish this.
Wow. We
What?
ask for this information and then proceed to talk over Bill the entire phone call.
It's a good show. Pretty good show.
So, you know, I love to end conversations like this with a fun fact you can win a bar bet on.
Yeah.
All right, so back in the day,
Yeah.
in the 1960s and before,
Mhm.
there would be CFL teams that would scrimmage NFL teams.
Oh, okay. They
It-
bring him down just to slap him around.
In
basically.
the preseason, yes. There was only one time an NFL team lost to a Canadian football team. Do you know who that team was?
Wait. The team that lost?
A single time in the history of these games that happened for like 20 years.
What year?
It was in the 1960s.
1960s would have to be the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills are the only NFL team that ever lost to a Canadian football team. And the year the Bills lost, they stopped doing the games forever.
No kidding.
So the game they played
Oops.
first half Canadian rules, second half American rules.
Oh.
The Bills
Yeah,
lost. Now, it was one of those things where they played like all their backups and
Yeah.
stuff, but they
still,
lost.
Still embarrassed.
They lost to the Bills.
Would Paul
Or
McGuire
the Bills
been-
lost to them.
No, Paul McGuire would have been on that.
He may have been. It's possible.
No, because he was with the Chargers first, I think.
Okay. Now, are you trying to be that guy that like
Was it a
sounds-
Jack Kemp lose to the Canadians?
I don't know if Kemp was on that roster. See, look what you did.
Was it only too old?
I tried to drop in a fun fact you could win a bar bet with.
It was Rocky Marciano on that.
Yeah, Rocky Marciano played for the Bills for one
You
game.
know there was a Rocky on that team.
I promise you there was not a single Rocky on a 1960s Bills roster.
Every Italian guy went by the name of Rocky.
Every Italians didn't play football back then.
Yes, they did.
No, Pope said they couldn't.
Oh, they couldn't?
Yeah.
Oh. All right.
You know, it was the famous I play football doctrine.
Oh, the Italian Pope.
Yes.
They talk with his hands a lot.
He's in Rome. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. I hear he lives over there.
All right, we have derailed. Let's call Bill back, fix the show, or we'll take a break.
He's got a big house.
Shut up. I'm going to tell you a crime story.
Oh, I love crime stories.
And it's a crime story I think we've never seen in our area.
Oh.
Well, look, I mean, family crime, it's not common,
Yeah.
but it'll happen.
Yeah.
But when it comes to family members that will commit crimes together, there's a pattern it usually follows. This one doesn't make any sense because a father, you would think, would be looking out for this person more.
The interest, yeah.
Yes, and the other person also, statistically, looks out for the interests of their father more.
Oh.
And we'll get into the story
Okay.
next here in the break room. Let's see it. When you hear the word criminal, you think of a lone bad person.
Yeah.
Someone with low moral character
Mm-hmm.
who would bring shame upon their family's name.
A scumbag.
Yeah. But every now and again, you see stories of relatives getting in the crime game together. Most of the time, they're siblings.
Yeah.
This might be, however, the first time we've seen this family relationship go down the dark path of crime together.
A new combo, huh?
Yeah. And it doesn't make sense. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30.
Yeah.
Remember last week we were talking about foods that are illegal here?
Yeah.
Right. Your kangaroos and things like that. Excuse me, coming off that discussion about the old toad closing.
Yep.
It just took us a long way to get there. I'll recap everything. It turns out that there are some odd foods that are not only legal, odd animals, Steve.
Yeah.
The U.S. government this week is encouraging us to start eating them.
Oh, like get us going.
Yes, because they say eating these animals
Yeah.
would actually solve two big problems with one felt swoop.
Are they gross?
I'm going to let you decide. One you're very familiar with,
Oh. Okay.
and we'll get into it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story starts with an elderly man. So this 92-year-old man,
92?
I told you elderly, he needed some work done around his house.
Yeah.
So he hired a 56-year-old man to handle it. And when I say work around his house, we're talking mowing, weeding,
A handyman.
and different tasks
Yeah.
inside the home.
Mhm.
Eventually, according to authorities, the 39-year-old daughter of this 56-year-old man jumped in and also started working
Oh,
for
great.
this man in his 90s. So now you got a father-daughter combination.
Very sweet.
Yeah. And that's when things started to go sideways.
Yeah.
Authorities say eventually the father and daughter team gained the trust of this elderly man and then gained access to his checkbook.
Oh, Jesus.
And it got out of
Of
control
course.
real fast.
Yeah.
Authorities say the 56-year-old somehow managed to get himself appointed as the elderly man's power of attorney
God.
over his finances.
So he got like legal control.
You got it. The father and daughter allegedly started writing themselves checks from the old man's bank account
Yeah.
and then depositing them into an account in the dad's name to the tune of
How much?
$230,000.
Man, this crusty old bastard had that much money left at that age?
Oh, yeah, because every time somebody called him a crusty old bastard, he'd get another $10.
So that means he had, at 92?
Yeah,
He had that much cash.
$230,000.
Oh,
At least. He may have had more.
God damn.
So we also know where the money went. Kimmy loves this
Oh.
part.
What'd they buy?
Authorities say the money stolen went to a new GMC Sierra pickup truck.
Nice.
Numerous cash withdrawals, including from ATMs in the Turning Stone Casino and the Saratoga Casino Hotel.
So that money is long gone.
Purchases at local stores, including Walmart, a jewelry shop, and a florist.
They had florists.
Florist?
All right.
Well, yeah, you got the money. When
Nothing
that gets
says love like flowers.
pretty flowers.
All right.
When the pair were found out, they had spent over $100,000 of the money they had taken.
Well, you
in a
got
short period.
that new pickup truck could be 80 grand.
You're
Yeah,
right.
it could be a good chunk of it right there.
The good news is there was $92,000 left over that was recovered.
Okay.
I mean, it's not close to $230,000.
I said dollar. It's $1,000 for every year he's been on this earth.
Last week, the pair were sentenced after being convicted. The 56-year-old man was given 5 years probation with restitution. The 39-year-old daughter was 3 years probation, and she's been prohibited from working with the elderly ever again.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's probably a good.
Good.
And I know there are people that are going to be upset they didn't get jail time, but I'm assuming that's so they could stay out and work to try and
Yeah.
repay
Yeah.
the money to the 92-year-old man.
Yes.
That's going to do him a lot of good.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's my question.
What?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Do any of you ever recall a father-daughter crime team before?
No. It's always father son.
We've done a lot of
Not
news
that
stories,
Not
Kimmy.
that I can think of.
There's not, right? Because I was
It's
racking my
even like
brain.
mother son, right?
Yeah.
But I've never heard,
Yeah.
daddy daughter crime night.
Because that's what this was, right?
Yeah.
Like a dad and his baby
Came
girl.
up with this plan together.
Yep, they went on a crime spree. Both of them were fully aware of what they were doing. Both of them were reaping the benefits of it. And I get that family crime isn't the most common thing.
Yeah.
Like the family member that gets in trouble normally brings shame upon everyone else with that last name. But the last combination of family crime you'd expect to see
Yeah.
would be dad, daughter.
Because I've even seen and heard of like mother daughter, but never
Yeah.
dad and daughter. It doesn't jive. You know what I
Does
mean?
it jive? Why doesn't it jive?
Because like daddy protects your little girl.
Well, I always picture daughters are more likely to talk dads out of stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
so both of you bring up really good points.
High socks, cargo pants.
Yes, like
thievery.
I'm here to tell you why your plan's stupid.
Okay, so when it comes to daughters and dads,
Yeah.
Kimmy, and I'm sure you have experience with
Yeah.
it, right? Daughters traditionally look out for their dads.
Yeah.
Studies show that fathers who have daughters, they live longer because
Or it just seems like it.
their daughters are more likely to encourage them to get their health checked. Their daughters are more likely to call and visit them. Their daughters are more likely to care about the well-being of the man that raised them.
That's the key. They're caring.
You got it. If you have nothing but sons, you're going to die young.
Yeah.
Sorry. Good luck.
Yeah.
And then from your point of view with the father, the fact that a dad would want to involve his daughter in something like that is very strange because
Yeah, you got to be a pretty low piece of crap.
that's what I mean. I would think that your ultimate goal is to protect your baby girl no matter what age she is. She's always your
Keep
daughter.
them out of jail.
Yeah.
Keep them off the pole.
But do you think a dad,
You know I'm right.
we talk about how a daughter will talk a dad out of stuff, point him in the right direction. Do you think a dad, though, would be more likely to go along with a plan that his daughter came up with? Like,
No.
let's say it wasn't his idea, it was her idea. Like,
She talked him into it?
yeah, like would he be willing to
Nah.
take her advice when it comes to that?
I'm going to say no because he's
Yeah.
worried about her getting in trouble.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, I guess.
And he had the, and in this case, he already had the gig. He
yes.
brought her in.
Yes. I mean, he's the one that got the most time, so I would assume he's
Yeah.
a mastermind.
Yeah,
here.
because he started like taking care of the guy.
I mean, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. If we're wrong, tell us why, because I can't imagine a situation where a father, me being the father of
Right.
daughters, would want to involve.
Yeah, you got to be so low, man.
It also kind of says a lot about what we think of sons. I'll let my son get locked up, no problem, but my baby girl.
Well, you would let your son spend a night in jail, teach him a lesson.
Yeah.
You're not doing that with your daughter.
Depends. Night
What'd I
in
say?
jail.
Keep him out of jail. Keep him off the pole.
Sometimes you got to learn a lesson. No, I mean,
You
like,
see that pole? It don't stop at the floor. It goes all the way to Satan.
my daughter doing something stupid
Yeah.
and having to spend a night in jail is not the worst thing in the world, in my opinion.
You
This?
say that now.
Well, but to his point, like it could have ended poorly. So at least she's safe where she ended up.
And
know?
if you did something to put yourself in
Yes.
jail, I don't want you to think that's a good idea ever again. So I'm not going to come and run to your rescue because I'm not going to be here I'm not always going to be around to rescue you. I need you to learn this lesson. This is a different situation. This is something that follows you for the
Encouraging
rest of your life.
Yeah.
And you're right. You were a part of it.
Yeah.
Why are we fine with our sons getting in trouble with our plans?
Because sons are pieces of crap.
Well, that's what, but
are.
maybe it's just because they are more easily talked into it. Is
Yeah,
that part
and-
of it?
Sons are more gullible?
Gullible and they're young men.
Or-
They're just grimy and dumb.
Sons
I mean,
are.
think of how many things you pick up from your dad, that you may not even question, or maybe it just comes naturally.
Yeah.
Like we're both thinking about this, like we both have the same ideas about this, so it works better.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
get
know.
the DNA going.
Okay, no, but you bring up DNA. Your son, you could make it, and this goes with daughters too, but if you're going to make the argument that all sons are pieces of crap, sons pick up their personalities most of the time from their father.
Well, that's my point. How
Yeah.
they would get into it more with their dad than a daughter would.
But if your argument is all sons are pieces of crap, that they're pieces of crap because dad was a piece of crap.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's your fault.
yeah.
But like the fact that you'd be like, yeah, he can come down this road with me, no problem. He can do 2 behind bars, 2 years, ain't no big deal.
Because every dad I know a couple of guys got involved in that stuff and they turned out fine.
Do they
One of
have
them
like?
runs a company now.
Dads have the assumption, to your point, that my son will recover from this easier than my daughter will?
Why, though?
Is that like a mentality?
But why would that mentality
Because
exist?
men can carry this, a boy can carry the stain of crime where a woman couldn't. Maybe.
Well,
It looks worse on a woman.
But no, but it's the opposite. As we found out with like things like mom vics, right? Women that are convicted of crime, everybody wants to jump in and go like, oh no, here's why it's not that big a deal. Whereas men, if you see any accusation, forget a conviction, piece of crap.
Well, that's what I mean. Like you just accept. I'm sorry. You just accept it on a man.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? It's more common for a guy to be in trouble and then a woman.
It's definitely common.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 56-year-old man and his 39-year-old daughter. They were working for a 92-year-old elderly gentleman. They were doing stuff around his house, taking care of the mowing and the weeding and other thing. Long story short, the father got somehow control of the man's finances, power of attorney, started writing himself checks to the tune of $230,000 $100,000. New pickup truck, cash withdrawals, jewelry, florist.
Yeah.
They were caught. They had spent $100,000 of the money, but this is the first time I think we've ever remember seeing in the break room a father-daughter family crime pair. Like, I'm thinking of my girls. They're 12 and 14, right? I don't think I could even talk them into committing the smallest of crimes with me. Like,
Okay, Dad.
Kimmy, if they were
Do
to
it yourself.
if they were to witness me try to shoplift something, they would freak out and immediately call their mother.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
Whereas,
but they were raised right. I mean, you know what I mean?
says who?
They're raised good.
No,
They're good
I don't
kids.
think that has anything to do with it. I'm telling you, because
Yeah, you're right. Even like the smallest thing my dad did that I knew was against the rules bothered me. Like
Oh.
putting his hands in like the candy at Wegmans to taste test to see if it was fresh or not. Come on, Dad. There's people watching.
like if I was 12 and my dad shoplifted something, I wouldn't have said a thing.
I would say he's on duty.
Hey, man, it's on the arm. Crime doesn't pay, and neither do we. No, but like, I don't know. Would you have said something if your father ripped something off?
Yeah, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
You would have said something?
Like to him or to my mother or
Either one.
I don't know.
Oh, really?
May-
Man
but-
with no morals.
Like my father would explain why he was. I think my father, being a salesman, he would explain why he did that.
Okay.
So probably your point,
Justify it.
no. Even
And-
if I questioned it.
And it would also matter how long your dad's been doing it for, because if it's just your norm, like
Yes.
you might think like, oh, everybody must do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, I guess that's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a good. But you're right. It would be weird for all of a sudden,
Yeah.
like me to be like, "Hey, now we're shoplifting.
Yeah.
Now we're a shoplifted
And
family."
my old man pulls out a piece and is walking off with some coin.
But like, here's the thing. Maybe that's what makes this story not strange. Like, we don't know the history of this 56-year-old guy.
True.
Right now, it doesn't say that he had any previous charges in the story, but maybe he was a flim-flam man the
Yeah.
entire time, ripping people off, running scams.
Yeah.
And I mean, but brings up another like point, like what your normal is
Yes.
with your dad, because there are dads
Yeah.
that just try to cut corners in every way possible.
Sure. They're slack ass dads.
But you don't realize what they're doing is against the law until somebody else sees him do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I was, so, you know, when I lived in Florida and knew a lot of scummy people,
Sure.
I was amazed at like some of their rearing stories that were so like, you got to be kidding me.
How they were raised.
How they were raised and what they did, what they saw, and what they participated in, that was just really scummy.
Can you give me an example?
Drugs was a lot of it.
Okay.
Like, I used to go on my mother's drug runs, and I would wait in a car. Like, me and my sister would
Ooh.
wait in a car while she was dealing drugs.
Ooh.
Like, out of the car.
Okay.
And she goes, like, I didn't know what she was doing, but till she got arrested. And then, like, we had to sit in the car where the cops came and got her, and then, you know, they went off with another officer and stuff. But they were, like, 5 and 6 years old. And they could tell you vividly what happened. But they were, like, normal people.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, you're not always the product of
No.
your past.
No.
I mean, you know, that does.
I mean, they were, you know, Florida people.
You do bring up a good point here, and maybe a lesson to like all fathers and mothers listening.
Yeah.
Like your kids are more perceptive than you think they are.
Oh, they got to be little cameras, and it's rolling all the time.
Exactly. Like there are things that you think they're going to forget that when they're 20, 30, they're going to come back to you and be like, "Hey, remember when?" And, ooh.
Well, they'll be telling to a therapist.
We got Instagram messages coming. I'm going to leave this name out of it just to be safe.
Okay.
I knew a family who used to steal credit cards from the clubs they worked in and go on shopping sprees with their kids until one of the sisters died. Okay, I'm not going to finish this story. I really wish I would have read this before I started reading.
Oh, no.
That is a lesson on my part.
All right.
And all right, let's take a break. This story started a week and a half ago with the Old Toad, because it's up for sale, right?
Yeah.
The British bar.
Hmm?
And, you know, they have authentic British food. It's
Yeah.
like a vacation to another country right
Oh,
down
yeah.
the street. So in that discussion, we had talked about why don't other cultures do this?
Yes.
Right? Have authentic meals and drinks. So we found out, well, other cultures, some of the food they eat is illegal in America. Kangaroo in Australia, for example.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out, Tommy, as we had a discussion last week, what you would be willing to eat that's banned in America, there is stuff that we do not normally eat that the U.S. government is actually encouraging us to start eating.
We had too much of it.
Well, these animals, yes, they say that if we were to eat these, it would actually take care of two problems at the same time.
Oh.
They're just animals you'd never ever think about eating.
He sounds gross.
Well, here's the thing, man. Maybe they're only gross because we've never tried them. One of them you're very familiar with, you specifically.
Oh, your mom? Delicious.
You didn't have to do the mouth noise. Stop it. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. So many animals to eat, so little time.
Let's get to it.
Well, it turns out as food gets more expensive, there is now a cheaper option.
Great.
An option that would actually help out America if we were to do this.
I'm behind America.
Now, here's the thing. This is not traditional cuisine.
All right.
But based on other things we eat, if these were prepared the right way, it would have to be good.
All right.
Right?
What you got?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We are about 30 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Mm-hmm.
We may be standing on the precipice of history.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, Armand, if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you may know his voice. He won Where They Wine Him. That's impressive on its own.
Yeah.
Right? Because of our new rules that you guys voted on, he was pushed to the back of the line, had the final guess last week, and the son of a bitch won again.
Yes.
Back-to-back weeks from the final spot. Today, if Armand shows up, he has a chance to make Where They Wine in history. The
it's
first.
going to be tough going last again.
He did it last week.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to count the guy out. I was
All
unbelievably
right.
impressed. Could we see our first back-to-back winner? We'll find out. Or maybe it's you. The glory on your shoulders.
Yes.
Not you, people listening. I'm not. We know you're done. Where They Wine just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Last week we talked about foods from other countries that you really couldn't get your hands on due to different laws.
Yeah.
And all of that spun off the Old Toad, the bar, East Alexander. It is being sold. And they had traditional British food. We had asked, what other countries could do a bar like that.
Yeah.
We brought up Australia. And that would be a problem because for all intents and purposes, kangaroo meat is pretty much banned in the U.S.
Yeah.
So we also found out that swan, abalone, which is kind of like a clam, and Japanese pufferfish, although not illegal everywhere, are very, very difficult to come across.
All right.
Now, all of those foods sounded interesting, but they were also stuff you would have to go out on a limb to try.
A little weird.
And would have a hard time finding. So after that discussion,
Go ahead.
After that discussion, we got a DM on Twitter from Mike,
Yeah.
and he sent us a link from over the weekend from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Oh.
He writes,
Yeah.
you don't have to break laws to eat weird animals. The U.S. government wants us to eat this strange stuff right now. And anytime we get
Wants
a DM,
us to.
Yes.
Not like it's allowed. They are encouraging.
Yeah.
yes. And here's the thing: anytime I get a DM that involves the word government, I get a little suspicious.
All right.
But here's the thing: it's legit.
It checks
Oh.
out.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services are asking Americans to start normalizing eating invasive species that are in the U.S. but not native to the U.S.
Are they fish?
kind
Be
of?
weird stuff.
Okay, so there are three they focus on.
Is it like bugs?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's three they focus on. And by the way, you can go look this up yourself. It's
Right.
real. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service suggests finding ways to eat iguanas,
Oh.
wild boars,
Oh.
and nutria. Do you know what a nutria is?
Never heard of it.
It's a South American rodent that kind of looks like a beaver.
Oh, they're kind of big.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh.
And I think in South America, I think they take the skin and make purses out of them.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Nutria purse.
Like a big rat purse.
All right, now I want to be clear right now. They don't suggest killing them and eating them yourself. This story suggests normalizing eating them to the point where maybe they start to
Like
show
you
up.
buy them from a legitimate place.
Yes, on menus or in grocery
So I'm
stores.
guessing like the iguana, you would eat the tail meat, because that's what you eat out of the alligator.
Have you ever had an iguana?
No, but I've had alligator.
Okay.
And it tastes like a very dry chicken. It's real white meat, and you can eat rattlesnake too like that.
Okay.
But it's not great. I had it. They usually do them like deep fried, like in chunks,
Okay.
like breaded.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
There is a very interesting reason why the U.S. Fish and Game and Wildlife, whatever, wants us to try this. They say not only are these animals everywhere in certain parts of the country,
Yeah, Florida's slammed with iguanas.
so they would be cheap food,
Yeah.
right? Killing and eating them would help the ecosystem because having them around is destroying different types of plants, wiping out some species of animals
Yeah.
they feed on. So in normalizing eating things like iguanas, wild boars, and nutria, we'd be killing two birds with one stone.
By the way, the boar, that's just pork.
So that's just it.
That's just straight up
Does it-
wild pork.
They actually say wild boar is leaner and richer in flavor than the store-bought pork that we're used to. They say
Sounds
it's
good.
perfect for barbecue
Oh.
and to put in chili.
I'm in.
They say the nutria tastes like a rabbit.
All right, the rat.
They say
guy's rat.
you can eat the meat straight up, or you can turn it into a dynamite stew.
Hmm.
And they say the iguana has been dubbed the chicken of the trees.
Okay.
You guys in?
I guess if it's prepared by like
Yeah.
somebody that knows what they're doing, but I'm not trust in that fried iguana in Chuck's garage. You know what I mean?
Would you trust venison in somebody's garage?
Something about a reptile. Just
I'm telling you, man, gator and rattlesnake they're not. It's not great, but it's not bad. It doesn't taste anything.
yeah, but
nasty.
I could also see like with venison, like you're going out, you have to have a license to hunt.
Okay.
Yeah.
You probably know what you're doing. I don't even know how many hunters actually butcher it themselves.
Well, I mean, there's processing places.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Usually they take them to a slaughterhouse.
Right.
Yeah. Well, there are
so
guys
I
that
don't
just
know,
do it themselves.
But
in the
I
garage.
don't know, like, if
Real
people
man.
start eating, like, iguana regularly, like, if they're going to just try to do it themselves.
Okay, but maybe
and that,
that's
like, grosses me out
but
a
maybe
little.
that's okay. I'm going to throw a theory at you, right?
Yeah.
So we're used to eating cow and deer.
Yeah, your
and all-
standard.
But that's because those animals are native to America. We've been
Yeah.
eating them for hundreds of years. Like the iguana didn't show up.
It's a pet that was brought here.
Okay, same with the nutria. Well, maybe not the nutria, but like the wild boar, things like that. We haven't grown up eating them. That's
Yeah.
why it feels strange. Like Kimmy, if
Yeah.
iguanas had existed in America the whole time,
Yeah.
maybe we'd be going to McDonald's for an iguana burger.
Maybe.
So maybe it's not as weird as we think it would be. I find it interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's your patriotic duty to go eat an iguana.
I'm in on those three. Easy. Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. What would it take for you to try something like this? Like, Kimmy, let's say at Wegmans, they had boar meat wrapped up, ready to grill. Would you try it?
Pork.
I mean, I would try it. It's not something that
You don't eat pork?
I would make regular.
How do you know?
I don't know.
It says leaner and more
Yeah.
delicious.
I
You
don't, I
don't
don't
dig on swine.
You eat pork.
Yeah, but not often. Like, I'm
I
not like a
love it.
big, like, red meat person.
Oh.
It's just not something I think to have all the
Pork
time.
is the other white meat. I don't know if you saw the commercials in the early 90s.
Like a nice fatty pork chop is delicious.
Agreed. Think about a wild boar chop, bro.
God damn.
Like Fred Flintstone,
Yeah.
just mowing down on thing. All right, let's say you walk into Wegmans tomorrow.
Yeah.
They have iguana taco kit.
I think I would try it.
You
like
would
if
get-
they were, I'll tell you what, if they were walking around handing out samples on a toothpick, I'm definitely eating one.
Okay.
Would you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I'm intrigued
Like a
now.
little dipping sauce.
Like, now that the government's like, please eat these iguanas, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think this sounds like a pretty good idea.
And Florida is slammed with the crap.
I mean, again, like if it's cheap and it helps everything out, why not?
What about a dangerous, crazy ass animal?
Like what?
Because Florida is slammed with pythons.
Oh.
And those are like scary ass big snakes. But think of how much meat is in a python.
Do I have to kill it?
No.
Okay, then I'll eat it.
But there's like big like python steaks you could throw on a grill.
Yeah, I'd eat that.
I would too.
I told you last week when we had
People
this
eat
discussion.
python? Like, can you eat a python?
I don't
Is that
know
a
because
thing?
I know you
Oh.
can eat rattlesnake and that's just that's another snake.
Kimmy, can we Google can you eat python?
Because I bet you in poor countries that they are, them snakes are scared.
Well, yeah, but there are.
Okay. Technically, you can eat python meat, but it is not recommended due to concerns about high mercury levels.
Okay, there you go.
I eat the sushi.
No,
you eat sushi.
This-
you eat
yeah,
the-
no, it's the same reason you're not supposed to eat fish on like a super regular basis.
Right. Pythons found in the Everglades. It says consuming them could be unsafe for humans.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, like we said, don't go out and kill these things yourself.
All right.
Like this article again, 252 WCMF, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Department, a link sent to us from a gentleman earlier this week, says that they are encouraging Americans to normalize eating iguanas, wild boars, and nutria, which is a rodent that kind of looks like a beaver. They're saying these invasive species are destroying ecosystems. If we were to start normalizing putting them on menus and in
Start
grocery
chowing
stores,
down.
yeah, it would be cheap food.
Lean.
There you go.
That's so fat.
And it would help wipe these things off
Yeah.
of the face of the United States, which is messing with our ecosystem. Ricardo, love
Yeah.
that name. He writes us on Instagram. He says, I remember a few years ago going to the Tops in Henrietta. They used to have a wild meats cooler in the back, had a whole frozen rattlesnake, camel burgers, and a few other weird things. I wonder if they still have those. You can eat camel?
Camel? No way, man. At Tops?
That's what he says. Camel burger? Would you eat a camel burger?
That's like a
Did
horse.
you need like a secret password to get to this cooler?
In Tops? I don't know. I've never heard of this
Like
before.
if you think about a camel, it looks like God got drunk one night and made an animal. So I don't know, like what's in them humps?
I think just water.
Yeah. it's
Oh,
not
that
where
was
they
like
store-
fat or something.
Maybe. I don't know.
I thought that's where they store water, but
Oh.
I don't know. That could just be in cartoons.
I guess I would try camel but it'd be like eating like that's like Egypt's horse.
Yeah, but I don't see him on a
but
regular
and
basis.
I wouldn't want to eat a horse.
I'd eat a horse. I mean, if somebody
No.
handed me horse, I'd try it.
Horse would be tough.
no.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I mean,
lean
not
animal.
physically tough. But
Can you Google who eats camel? If you can eat camel?
Egyptians.
Well, how do you know?
Because that's where the camel is.
Well, they could also slaughter the camel and send it to other countries.
I'm sure they ship them out too. I'm sure they got a great business. But I'm guessing Middle East. And,
Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Eats camel.
Yeah, so that whole area.
All right.
Kenya, Somalia.
See, there you go.
Okay.
Can you Google what a camel tastes like? It's the only food that can spit on itself. 252 WCMF. If I had, if you gave me a name of a guy that ate wild boar, it would be this name. Okay. Because Chaz is on CMF. Hey, Chaz, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. So Stoneyard Brewing Company out in Brockport used to do a wild game burger every month, and Camel was one of the burgers.
Camel burger?
No kidding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you try it?
And then B, yeah, I did.
Was it good?
It wasn't bad.
Okay.
Yeah. And then B, eating wild boar meat is actually pretty common throughout the most of the United States. You just can't hunt them in New York.
Oh.
That's why you never see it up here.
Do we
have them?
So their position is that they've been trying to eradicate them by trapping them and releasing them elsewhere, as opposed to legalizing them.
Yeah, throw them over
for
to
hunting
Pennsylvania.
like
Let them deal with it.
All right. So have you had wild boar, Chaz?
Yes.
And what's that taste like?
It's exactly what you said it is. It's leaner pork.
So is it better? Like if I had a pulled pork sandwich, would it be with wild boar? Would it be better than the pulled pork sandwich I'm used to?
It would probably be different simply because it wouldn't have that amount of fat on it.
Probably
but I didn't have a problem with it at all.
Okay. All right. Chaz eats all kinds of weird animals.
So it sounds like so far we're all in.
All right. Yeah. Well, Kimmy's out. Kimmy's being weird about eating iguanas.
Well, the
and
camel
nutria.
is a little, but I guess I would try it.
The rodent one is the one that throws me.
Well, it looks like a big fat rat.
But we don't eat. What? Can you name another rodent we eat? Chaz, you seem like the meat expert. What
People
rodent?
eat squirrel.
Yeah, but not on a normal basis.
No, true.
I was just going to say I have Stephen Ranello's Meat Eater Cookbook, and there's a recipe for buffalo squirrel in there.
Squirrel pie. Well, wait, what's that town that does the squirrel slam? They eat squirrel.
Yeah, I don't think they do
I
that
think
anymore.
they just slam them.
No, I think they turn them. Don't they make squirrel stew?
Because I think you got to be careful that they're not diseased.
Okay, well, we'll find out after Grandma tries it first. Chaz,
Grandma ate a dead squirrel and died.
Chaz, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
Man, Chaz seems like a barrel of laughs.
Oh, yeah.
I eat all the animals and I make no jokes.
This is camel meat is described as tasting similar to beef with a slightly gamey flavor.
Out.
So just
I'm
yeah.
out.
No, I could do that.
I can't do
Yeah,
the
but
gamey.
why bother if you could just have beef?
Gamey is dirty.
No, it's not. I like the gamey flavor.
I know you do.
That's why I was into your mom. How are you going to do that on me,
Your
stupid?
girlfriends. Be stinky.
Okay, I think. I mean, look, I'm. You and I seem to be similar in the curiosity. We get the best of us. Kimmy's being weird about it.
I have an
don't
open
know.
palate.
If you change the name of what the food is actually called, would that help? Like, for example, we don't eat deer, we eat venison.
Right.
Yeah,
Like when
but
you
I
hear-
don't
Sounds
really like
fancy.
that.
Yeah. But we don't eat baby cow in a box, we eat veal,
Yeah,
right?
I don't eat that either.
We don't eat water cockroaches, we eat lobster. Like, tree chicken does sound more appealing than iguana.
Yeah.
Like, all you would have to do is just change how you position what the
Yeah.
food is.
It's just how you market it.
Right?
You're right. Yeah.
We're getting folks saying that muskrat is something that people are eating when we talked about rodent. Have you ever had a muskrat?
I have
Are you,
not.
are you allowed? Is that like a legal thing to eat?
I don't know.
I don't know if I've actually ever seen a muskrat or what one actually looks like.
Yeah, I don't think I could draw you a muskrat. I know they fall in love a lot.
Okay. Yes, you can eat muskrat. They're a delicacy in some regions. Don't know where.
A delicacy.
I don't know. It's not giving me specific areas.
Are there things like this in our area that people eat, like whether they're supposed to or not, like invasive species? Because we do have our own invasive species here.
Like what?
Like there's a fish. There's a couple of them actually that came from like Eastern Europe.
Was that snakehead fish?
Well, so that they
like
actually
that.
talk about that in this article. They're
Right.
trying to normalize eating that too. But there was one I remember seeing that like stuck to the side of ships.
Oh, really?
That I don't know if you can eat them or not. But I mean, there are people who just don't
Okay.
care, right? They're
But
just
that
gonna-
sounds gross. This thing's been sucking on a ship since it pulled out of France.
Yeah, but isn't that how your mom got to this country? No, were you there yet? No.
So, muskrat is a
2-week trip, huh? A 3-hour tour.
Sorry, I know you're on to fish,
No,
but
it's okay.
I'm still looking into the muskrat thing.
The professor had a big old smile on his face.
I got it.
Okay, great. She was nodding. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
Muskrat is a culinary tradition in southern New Jersey.
Really?
Well, Southern Jersey has those. They're kind of like hillbillies. They have a name.
It says marshy southern New Jersey.
Was it?
It's a tradition in marshy southern New Jersey.
But there's a name for these people that live in South Jersey. They're like hillbillies.
Yeah, they're called muleys. Isn't that where you came from? I'm being serious.
I have two.
Are you a muskrat? Are you part muskrat? You kind of look like what I believe a muskrat would look like. Wow, I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Okay, all right.
Springsteen never wrote a song about it.
What would that sound like?
I got it last night. I ate a rat, and I don't feel good.
That's your Springsteen? That's a terrible Springsteen. Of all the great impressions you do.
I do many impressions.
Okay.
I hired Bruce. He's a real tough guy.
There goes Gilbert Gottfried doing Donald Trump again. We'll take one more call, 252 WCMF. This whole discussion started with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Department, whatever,
Start eating.
service, encouraging people to start eating invasive species. And again, don't go out and kill them yourselves.
No.
They want to normalize putting these things on menus. They talk about iguanas, wild boars, and nutria, which is a South American rodent that kind of looks like a beaver. They say these foods would be delicious if prepared the right way. And they say not only would they be a cheap source of food in these economically trying times, but it would kill two birds with one stone by wiping these animals off of the face of the United States because they're destroying ecosystems. People seem to be really fascinated with the camel thing.
Well, yeah, it's, not normal.
Johnny's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Fine, thank you. How are you guys?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, I went to Egypt last year before last.
I went to the pyramids.
Had a camel burger. It's the best burger I've ever eaten in my life.
Yeah, and I got that new place, King Tut's. Pretty good.
Oh,
The drive-through.
You said you said the camel burger was the best. What made it so good?
I don't know. I don't know if it was the spices or the meat, but let me tell you what I did. I came back, and I was in Palmer's one day and saw camel burgers.
Wait, how many joints sell camel?
Lots, apparently.
So I bought the camel burger, took them home, and Googled Egyptian camel burgers. Put the spices in them. It tastes exactly like the burger I had when I was in Egypt.
Okay, so here's the thing. You bring up a great, interesting thing. And, Johnny, I'm really happy you figured out your wonderful camel burger recipe. When it comes to meats from the Middle East, I love Mediterranean food.
Yeah.
Gyro meat's one of my favorite things.
But that's not the Middle East.
I understand.
You're a little south.
What I'm getting at is when it comes to, like, those spiced meats from all those different places, Johnny, I don't know
Can't handle them?
No, I don't know if the meat's good or if it's just the way they spice the meat. And I know that I can't spice the meat that way. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of scared to try it outside of those restaurants.
Well, I had a Buffalo Bills party, and I served camel burgers, sliders. And everybody thought they were just the greatest things until I told them they were camel burgers.
Well, you didn't tell them until after, you dick?
I did not tell them until afterwards, no.
What if somebody was allergic to that stuff?
How would you know you're allergic to camel?
Well, you die at this stupid party.
Nobody's allergic to meat.
No, there are people allergic to meat. In fact, I think
my first wife was. I couldn't get an inch in there.
If you get Lyme disease, you can develop a meat allergy. Did you guys know that?
I did not know that.
You can't get Lyme disease for eating meat.
You don't get Lyme disease from eating meat. If you get Lyme disease, Johnny, you can develop a meat allergy. It's a real thing. Google it. I promise you.
I'll do that. I'm a biologist, so I don't quite believe you, but I'll Google it.
John, as a man on the radio for almost 15 years.
Before the meat allergy.
You got it. Yeah. John's a biologist. I eat camel. I'm the coolest guy on the planet.
What is he, a biologist?
That's what he said. Oh. What do you work for?
I'm retired from EPA.
Okay.
I've also eaten wild boar, and it is very good meat.
Bro, I'm all in on this.
Yeah, but you like that gamey crap.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't get
it tastes rotten.
No, I don't particularly like it. I've eaten a lot of I've eaten kangaroo burger. In fact, Palmer's had kangaroo one time as well.
Do you just go into Palmer's and say, "Give me the weirdest meat you got back there"?
No. There's a cooler that sits right near the front that has all this game in it.
That's the best you can do.
You can just pick it out. They have camel. They have
world's slowest kangaroo.
They had quail.
Quail I've had.
Yeah, of course you have. You look like in that sweater you eat quail, you bitch.
Well, I had those little quail eggs, too. They're really tasty.
Johnny, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, but they're appropriate size for you. I would need like 12 of those things. All right, let's take a break. Bro, for our area, we have to be leading the nation in this.
Whatever.
Because someone else last night won a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, again.
Big
hit.
And, I'll let you decide.
Recently.
Yeah, right, Kimmy. There can't be another city in America per capita.
On this kind of run?
Yes. We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. We've got to be leading the nation in this.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's uncanny, man.
We're getting rich.
And I have a theory as to why this may be.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just a little while. Where they whining?
Oh, boy.
Get those brains ready. We'll get to it in just a little while. Where they whining here on a Tuesday in the break room on 96.5, WCMF. Another Rochester resident has hit big on a game show.
Nice.
Last night, Uriel Heath was on Wheel of Fortune.
Ooh.
Wheel
Oh.
of
Fortune.
Yeah, okay. I was going to make him do it by himself, but you ruined it.
Sorry.
Anyway, she is an oral surgery assistant here in Rochester.
Okay.
She was currently planning her wedding, which is exciting.
Oh, so she needs this coin.
And she lucked out.
Oh,
How
yeah.
big?
She won.
Can you win big on that show?
Well, she won $22,000.
Okay.
I mean,
that
that's a
big?
lot.
Hey.
And then you have a chance to basically like double or triple it in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, she won 22.
All right.
That was that.
Okay.
Which is one half the average American wedding right now, which really puts a damper on
Well, I hear after taxes, when they get a hold of you, you're not even getting away with $7,000.
Why even go out to Los Angeles to tape the show? All right, so congratulations
Yeah.
to Miss Heath. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
But Miss Heath is now part of a fraternity that continues to grow and grow and grow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Why are people from Rochester so good at getting on and winning game shows?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
because to your point, not only are they getting a chance to compete, like they're winning on top of that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've had a lot of contest winners in this town in the last 30 years.
sure. Yeah. Like, at minimum, we will have 2 Jeopardy folks a year from Rochester. And most of the time, they will win at least one game. That last guy went on, what, a 3-4 game win streak on Jeopardy, the last guy that got there? For a city our size, we have to be, per capita, leading America in game show contestants and winners.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
You ready why?
Do we watch a lot of game shows?
Okay, I got a theory. It could be
Okay.
that either the cold weather keeps us inside to watch these shows,
Oh, okay.
which means we know more than folks in other cities, or the cold weather keeps us inside and we watch documentaries and we read stuff
That's true.
that keeps that trivia in our heads.
Keeps us sharp.
Because like even you, one of the dumbest men I've ever met, you watch documentaries on a regular basis.
Nonstop.
Right? And every once in a while, I mean, it's wrong because your brain doesn't know how to process the information, but like stuff will fall out of your mouth.
Right.
So if you had a normal human brain, not the camel brain you have,
Yes.
you would be really good at game shows.
Okay. But yeah, I do know, like I told you about the history of cheese.
You don't know that
The
stuff.
Nixon administration.
Do we also just love like board games and trivia games?
Well, that could also be because we're locked
right.
up
Like
so much.
it may not be so much that like you're studying up and watching documentaries. It could just be something as simple as like we loved a game.
Okay. I mean,
Period.
Strong Museum of Play.
Yeah.
We got a couple of those arcades that are
Yeah.
unique in other parts of the country, all around Rochester.
Do we have a lot of boring people here? Because usually these people that go on that know all this stuff kind of boring. Do you think
That's
we
you-
have a
that's
high
you
concentration
think
of
that.
boring
We don't know if
people?
they're actually boring. We know nothing about their personal lives.
Jeopardy, you look a little boring.
What are you talking about? I'm a great Jeopardy player. I'm not boring.
No.
My job is to talk for a living.
I know. That's why we're in 11th place. There's only 7 shows. No, I just think like there has to be something to do with the weather locked up.
Well, no, I mean,
The high concentration of don't forget, had a lot of engineers that came out of here, chemists,
so that's just it. I mean, between Kodak and then the colleges that
and
took
medical.
over. Yeah, you're right.
A lot of thinking jobs.
I
True.
mean-
I guess we don't know if these people were born here, if this is where they just currently live.
I mean, U of R, RIT, Timmy, to your point, I mean, those are 2 really hard schools to get into,
Right.
high end, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, this woman is an oral surgery assistant. That sounds smart. No,
I don't know what that is.
neither do I. But she was, I mean, she was on
I'm assuming
Jeopardy.
it requires some school.
Wheel of Fortune.
She's the one standing next to the guy who's in your mouth.
What?
Oral surgeon.
No, wasn't
assistant.
that your agent? 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this woman, Ariel Heath. She is planning her wedding. She's from Rochester, and she won $22,000 in fabulous prizes that will go towards that wedding on Wheel of Fortune last night. I'm going for Jeopardy. Now that everybody's getting, we got such a good track
Why
record.
not? Try it out.
I'm going for it.
I think you start out by doing. Don't you take tests online
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
just
Like
to get to the first step?
Yeah, I told you I had a buddy of mine who's a PhD who got to the sit-down
Yeah.
test part where they had him in, and he didn't get past that.
on Jeopardy.
Yeah, and he's much smarter than I am. But who cares? I'm going, man. You only live once.
No, but it's too hard. I mean, they get all them art questions and stuff. You don't know no art.
I don't know why I know some of this stuff. It just sticks in my head.
But like some like ancient 17th century stuff.
Yeah, I got it.
I don't know.
I got it. You just got to use your powers of deduction, man. It's all about logic, man.
Not if you don't know the answer and what they're talking about.
Look, I'm telling you, I think if you sat down and like really thought, okay, not you, but the most people, based on things you've watched and things you've gone to school, if you really concentrate on it, you get close to that answer. It sticks in your head. I'm telling you, man.
Like the other one I want to do is Family Feud.
Why do you don't have enough family to do Family Feud?
Well, I did at one time. And then, or I could just jump on with another family.
You only want to do Family Feud to meet Steve Harvey.
Well, that, yes. I have a lot of questions.
I wonder what he's doing right now.
I don't know.
Family Feud would not be good for you because you have to think quickly, and every word that comes to your mind is going to be dirty.
And it wouldn't, no, Kimmy, it wouldn't even be words. Name 3 things you would find in a bathroom. Gonzaga! You would just make noises.
No, I would do like they have a nighttime adult one where they're dirty.
They don't.
No,
have
just
that.
a regular.
Yeah, they showed on YouTube
What?
when the people say dirty words.
I think you're watching the wrong channel.
All right, so I would do that one, and of course I do Price is Right.
Yeah,
Because everybody could do the Price is Right.
Everyone wants
That's
to be
what's so great about the Price is Right. It's so base.
Well,
it's so easy.
No, but I don't
no,
think
you would be terrible at the prices.
You
right.
say that about
'Cause
everything
you have
I
to know
do.
basic grocery prices a lot of the time.
I go to the grocery store all the time.
Yeah, and you're out there buying high-end stuff like pink pineapple.
Yeah, but
You're
they're
not looking at the
$12.99.
price.
They're not going to put out a pink pineapple on the Price is Right. Say that 5 times fast. All right, congratulations, Ariel.
Yeah.
Hope it all works out with the wedding.
Enjoy that 7G. Then they're going to throw it at you.
All right, it's time. The phone lines are open. If you want to
do it.
guarantee getting in, now is the time. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We could be staring down the barrel of history if this man turns up. Because we had the first man to win after the new rules were established.
It is pretty impressive.
I'm telling you, I can't even be mad at the guy.
No.
Can't even be mad at him.
Great guy.
If we find Armand, he goes for the first three-peat and where they wine in history. Or are you going to stand in his way? 252-WCMF, 252-9263, where they wine in next here in the break room on CMF. Can he do it?
I don't know. Is he even there?
Oh, he's waiting.
Oh, he is.
We
Okay.
have him. He
All right.
is here. Now, we didn't think he could do it last week. We thought that was an impossible
He
task.
ain't. There's no such thing as a 3P. We found that out this year.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It is 9 o'clock. It is Tuesday. It is time for Where They Whine. If you want to watch the show,
Oh, what did I do?
log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, to watch two men scream at each other over a game which awards no prizes.
Yes.
All right. If you are new to Where They Whine, and here's how it works.
All right.
Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood apps that you send her. We appreciate it. She removes street names and town references, but there are still clues in there.
Yeah, what do you do, though?
Well, you got to listen.
I have to listen.
For the things that will narrow down what town, village, community this post comes from.
Yeah.
All right? If you think you know, you call us at 252-WCMF, 252-9263 to participate in Where They Whine. And here's the history we're sitting on. Armand, 2 weeks ago, called the show and he won. Just normal winner.
Yeah.
The new rules you guys voted on that pushed Armand, like the NFL draft, all the way to the back as a champion.
Yeah.
Last week, he had the last pick, and the son of a bitch pulled it off.
It's amazing.
He has won back-to-back. So, again, he is picking last. He will have to sit for a little while, but no one has ever won back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah.
You don't think there's a chance?
I don't think you can do it.
Kimmy? Is there a
We'll find
chance?
out.
All right. You ready? You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, nobody answer me then. We're
I'm
just
ready.
doing a
I'm
radio.
ready. I'm ready.
Ready.
What do you think I'm doing?
We're ready.
Kimmy, let's make it happen.
Picking.
Now you want to talk over the song?
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where they whining?
This is now my third attempt to post this. It keeps getting taken down for violating the rules of this app for some reason. I keep getting a notification that it violates community standards. All I'm trying to do is warn people of theft. Seems like a violation of free speech to me, but anyways, here it goes again. I'll give it one more chance before I delete this platform for good. Above is a photo of my neighbor. It's a Facebook profile picture I grabbed. The picture might be a few years old, but it's all I have because we're not friends.
Wait. Let me pause. He's accusing someone of a crime after stealing their Facebook photo from their Facebook page. Okay, I'm sorry.
I caught him stealing stones out of my landscaping. His young child does the same thing. Like father, like son. They sit there and sift through the stones around my lamppost at the edge of my driveway, looking for a specific rock type or something. My property is not free for the taking. We spent extra on the marble chip gravel, and they just stick it in their pockets like they own the ground.
Marble chip.
If they're doing this to me, they're probably doing it to you too. Keep a lookout for this man and his son, who I would guess is about 6 or 7. Shameful that you're teaching your kid this type of behavior. If he really wanted to teach his kid right from wrong, he'd pay for the stones he took.
Okay, quick sidebar.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was against the law.
To go in somebody's yard and start taking their like mulch or gravel.
Well, they're stones.
My
I
brother
would
used to
think
do
I
that
could.
all the time.
Yeah. I mean, he spent money on
I
it.
get
Collecting rocks.
I mean, no. Now that it's said out loud,
Yeah.
it makes sense to me. But I would not, up until this point, have thought I was doing anything wrong, taking a rock out of
Okay.
somebody's yard. Okay.
All right.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, what did you hear?
So I'm hearing a guy that's very upset because he takes his rock betting very seriously.
Okay.
And that is a specific person buys that particular marble chip gravel.
Who is that person?
Italians.
Deal.
They love this stuff. They can't get enough of it. It
Get
looks
enough
like
rocks.
diamonds in the yard. You look fancy. You know, you see that? Caesar's Palace back in the 60s. You'd be going to see Don Amici open up for Frankie, and you would see all the statues and the bedding, and they just glisten like it was like a sea of diamonds out there. Beautiful. So where would you find this kind of bedding in the yard?
You tell me.
This is your hometown, brother.
Oh!
Oh, yeah. This is Gates. This is an Italian guy in Gates who's got marble chip bedding. And he also put it around his mailbox on top of that. He's gravel around he wants to bedazzle his mailbox.
What's wrong with gravel around the mailbox?
Oh, it's fine, but it's an Italian thing. Only Italians would put stones around their mailbox.
Bro, I grew up in Gates. I mean, this is so
Well, you
standard
know a lot
to me.
of
No, I'm
Italians.
saying I didn't even know this was strange. Everyone had a mailbox with gravel
But
around it. And it
Italians
said
brought-
lamppost. It wasn't mailbox.
But Italians brought this over from the
Oh, from
quarry.
the old country?
No, from the quarries, because they when they worked these marble pits, they took the chip stuff home and they put it around their house.
You just made that up.
No, I'm serious. That's how
Shut
this
up.
started.
Shut up.
They would carry him home in their pockets.
Shut up.
These old Sicilian men, they'd walk hunched over. No
Is that why
shoes.
you all look like that?
Yes, every Italian man has a hump in their back.
Because all the marble in their pockets. Okay. I don't disagree with anything you said, but it seems too perfect for it to be the towns we automatically jump to.
Well, where else would you find this?
Well, look,
crap?
I mean, it exists in every town.
Kinda.
And and maybe the fact that the Italian culture brought this out to the front, other people have seen it from other cultures and been like, that's what I want to try.
Yeah, but you can't pull it up because you also don't have a laundry line in your backyard. And a Mary on the half shell with a light on it.
I'm telling you, I got a feeling it's a town we're not thinking. I think it's East Side, but East Side with a lot of Italians. Webster. I'm going Webster. And you know that's a good pick, too.
It's
I
not
saw
bad.
I saw you deflate.
But they're transplants.
No, I mean, what are you talking about? There's generational Webster Italians.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Because they weren't allowed to move there in the 50s.
They say there's no Italians in Webster.
They are now because of, the rules that changed.
Oh, really?
After Rockefeller, they threw him out of office.
Oh,
But
you talking about the red, white, and green lining?
yeah, they couldn't go in there. They could work, but they had to go back over to the other side.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only.
What's that?
You get a single pick.
Okay.
If you are on hold
Yeah.
and somebody says the name you were going to say of the
Yeah.
town, or you could just do two things, hang up the phone, try again next week. We won't be offended.
Right.
Or pick another town.
Okay.
If we pick up the phone and you say, I was going to say, you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has final say, 252-WCMF, just for a little special treat for the boy.
What you got?
Well, a man who, he had to go last forever. He's never gone first.
Oh. At anything.
Ben, where are they whited, buddy?
Holy crap. Wow. This is weird. So many choices.
This is why we don't start with Ben.
Oh, my God. It's at the Academy Awards. This is what you pick.
Damn it.
Ben, you get first pick.
Ben, you can pick
I
any.
Yeah, how
know,
long's he
I'm
been
so
on
used
hold?
to going last. I have like 10. I have to pick like 10 different towns going last. So like, I don't know. I'm gonna go. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Fairport because
Why
you got the old people.
Okay.
You got a mix of the old people and the young people, and so I could see somebody walking their kid, and they see stones and go run and grab the stones out of some stone dick's driveway or whatever, or landscaping, and that's a problem to that person.
All right, Ben, we relied on you, and you disappointed us once again.
Bro, you can't win every time.
Or once.
Ben,
But anyways, before I go, I hope Armand wins again.
Wow. My God. A
Wow.
blessing from Ben.
Whatever, man.
talking about a
I
Bensing?
tried.
Yes.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to John. John, where are they whining, buddy?
Ogden.
Ogden. Okay.
Says he got one of those stones in his throat.
I don't get the joke because he's been doing that a bunch.
Ogden.
I don't get the Ogden thing. Maybe Jay will save the show. Jay, where are they whining, buddy?
So this is Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
Oh.
Because you've got, like Ben said, a mixture of old dicks and young dicks.
Yeah?
And, yeah, I went Irondequoit last week, struck out, was going to go Pittsburgh, but didn't, but going Irondequoit.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. What did you just say?
Last week, I was going to do that.
Well, you
but I
said
talked
you were going to
myself
go.
out
You
of it.
just said you were going to do what though? You said you were going to go Pittsburgh, but then you went Irondequoit.
Last week.
Yeah, that's not what you said. Ah, Jay, you've been disqualified. Jay, you lied to us too because you knew you screwed up and you lied to the break room, which is a federal offense on FCC airwaves. I don't know if you know that. Yeah. Jay, you.
I'll try again next week.
Yeah, maybe. Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. There was our first disqualification of the day. Irondequoit is back on the board.
All right.
God, I love that buzzer. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with East Rochester.
Y-E-R.
Well, it's known as Little Italy, so I got to agree with Tommy and the Rocks.
Okay, all right.
So that's my guy. I think that's the way to go.
All right.
East Rochester.
Mark, are you Italian?
Negative.
You are not Italian. I feel like we might be focusing on the Italian thing too much. And don't get me wrong, I was drawn to it too. But now that everyone's going with the Italian thing,
Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, she picks things to get us to
Okay.
miss.
So you think it's bait.
Well,
It's
now-
Italian bait.
I do feel like it's bait, even though I went with Webster because of the Italian
Yeah.
factor. Mark, I feel like we're all going to be embarrassed.
Well, I won't be embarrassed because I'm going to win.
All right.
That's the spirit.
The kind of confidence you need in
You
a leader.
tell him.
Mark, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Joe. Joe, where are they whining, buddy?
They're whining in Greece.
Why Greece?
A lot of Italians in Greece.
Okay, again.
He's right.
It seems too
Italian
chalk.
restaurants there.
Yeah, no, there's Italian restaurants in every town, Joe.
Yeah.
No, but that whole look just has a West Side vibe to it.
What do you? Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
No.
This is what the problem. This is the problem when Tommy goes first. He paints such a specific picture.
Like I'm
that
thinking of
that's
like
all
John
anybody can
DeTulio's
think of.
house. That it's just a sea of like these. It looks like chipped teeth all over the yard.
Oh, buddy, got a good deal.
Right.
Got a good deal.
Like he has a ring of that around his above ground pool.
Amen's Corner.
Yes.
Tons of stones.
Yes.
God, I love Johnny. Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Got it from Amen's Farmers Market. Good stuff. Good stuff.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's take one more before we go back for the reread for the
All
folks that are just joining us. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with Irondequoit because it's a kind of town where the wives make the coffee while the old men look out the window and shake their fist, get out of my rocks.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you missed the okay, Barbara.
You okay?
Okay, damn it. Barbara, you're going to go with the Italian thing, too. We've made a mistake. Too many Italians.
No, I'm telling you, we're dead on this. What else would it be?
Italians are known for the masonry. They're famous.
He's not wrong.
And for walking out with stuff after work.
I do want to point out that it doesn't say this person did the stones themselves.
Yeah, good point.
Get that out of your head.
No, it's too late. He's already ruined it. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. I would like to read a tweet before Kimmy reads the thing. This comes in from Josh. He says, I'm working with an older Italian guy and listening to you guys, and he got pissed and said, they know nothing about Italians, and turned the station. So now I have my earbuds in listening.
Oh, wow.
You're the Italian expert in this room.
Yeah,
You're the
but
Sicilian.
I'm just speaking the truth, man.
I'm just speaking Italian truth, baby.
You know I know my Sicilians.
All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As soon as we get Kimmy off the phone over there, we will get a reread. Kimmy, are you ready?
I got it.
All right, let's do this thing.
This is now my third attempt to post this. It keeps getting taken down for violating the rules of this app for some reason. I keep getting a notification that it violates community standards. All I'm trying to do is warn people of theft. Seems like a violation of free speech to me, but anyways, here it goes again. I'll give it one more chance before I delete this platform for good. Above is a photo of my neighbor. It's a Facebook profile picture I grabbed. The picture might be a few years old, but it's all I have because we're not friends.
What a dick move.
I caught him stealing stones out of my landscaping. His young child does the same thing. Like father, like son. They sit there and sift through the stones around my lamppost at the edge of my driveway looking for a specific rock type or something. My property is not free for the taking. We spent extra on the marble chip gravel, and they just stick it in their pockets like they own the ground. If they're doing this to me, they're probably doing it to you too. Keep a lookout for this man and his son, who I would guess is about 6 or 7. Shameful that you're teaching your kid this type of behavior. If he really wanted to teach his kid right from wrong, he'd pay for the stones he took.
252-WCMF. Tommy is in Gates. I am in Webster. Ben ruined everyone's day and then picked Fairport. John is in Ogden. Jay picked Irondequoit, but then puked all over himself and disqualified himself. Mark is in East Rochester, as he called it, Little Italy. Joe is in Greece. Barber is at Irondequoit, and we have one angry Italian man who was listening to us by accident who screamed they know nothing about Italians.
Yes.
So now Joshua on Twitter has to listen in his earbuds. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
They're whining over in Pittsford.
Why Pittsford?
Oh, my God,
Because
you're so stupid.
they have the nice landscape and they got rocks. They got somebody out there that's manicured them perfectly because they live in Pittsburgh. And their next door neighbor is too cheap to go get his own.
Nobody's got junk-ass rocks in their yard in Pittsburgh.
Junk ass. Those rocks are expensive, man. You know how expensive rocks are.
This could just be a kid thinking the rock looks cool.
Okay, here's my problem, though. I don't
know if what this person is accusing his neighbor of is actually like a thing. They could just be like, oh, my kid might like this rock.
Okay, but I wouldn't think anyone in Pittsburgh would take something out of someone else's lawn.
They don't need to.
Oh, Steve realizes the mistake he's made. Steve, you made a mistake.
It's the worst pick.
Bye, Steve. Steve. He had to run out of embarrassment. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, where are they whining?
All right. It's not gates because they don't have lampposts, and you should know that. You grew up there.
I had a lamppost in my front yard. I hit my head on it playing football all the time. Hand to God.
You did not have a lamppost. There must have been a junky short one of those 4-foot junk ones.
Probably what this is.
No way you had an official town installed lamppost.
No, that's different, you idiot.
Ain't
It's
no
a
lampposts and gates.
Why? Wait, there ain't no lamppost at Gates.
What?
There ain't no lamppost at No, that doesn't work. No.
There's no sidewalks. There's no that junky town couldn't afford to install anything.
Oh my God. Okay, Johnny, where they whining then?
And it's not. Listen, there's no old paisan that could be write an email like that. There's no way.
Okay, wait a minute, Johnny. This isn't.
You guys are way off.
This isn't what they ate. Make a pick, jackass.
No. You guys are way off. This is some Spencerport lady.
Oh my God.
Spencerport all day.
This is the worst.
long.
By the way,
I thought the last pick was horrible. This is worse.
All right, we'll see. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, you're
Where
done.
are they whining? At Johnny's house.
Seriously, every house in Gates has a lamppost in the
Ain't
front
no
yard.
lampposts, ain't no sidewalks.
Why would he put rocks around the town installed light?
Yeah.
You dumbass. God, I hate Johnny. 252 WCMF. All right, let's whip through some. You ready? Let's talk to Darren. Darren, where they whining, buddy? Darren.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hilton.
Why Hilton?
Quite honestly, because it's the only one left after. I'm from the Southern Tier. What the hell would I know?
Okay, well, was there another town you had in mind?
Well, sure.
What was it?
Hilton.
Nah, he said Hilton
I know, he
again.
got me, he got me.
Give me jump the gun.
Careful on that button, kid.
I know, I jumped the gun.
Darren, we got you for Hilton, buddy. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to my new Instagram friend.
Who's that?
Alex is on CMF. Alex, where they whining?
Victor.
Why Victor?
Because I'm in counseling again, and it hasn't been guessed yet, so I have to get on the board.
Okay, that was the worst pick you could have made.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
I had to pick a rich neighborhood, and it hasn't been guessed yet.
Okay,
so.
I don't know if Stones equals rich, Alex.
I don't.
I mean, I feel like with a garden like that, I don't know.
Okay, maybe you should talk to your counselor about better towns to pick during where they
Yeah,
whine.
there you go.
Listen, I'm on the board. That's all I care about.
All right, Alex is in. She's on her way to counseling.
Uh.
Go get him today, champ.
All right.
Alex, thanks for the call. 252 WCMF. Chris, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to guess Chile.
Why Chile?
I don't know, just kind of going out that way, away from what you guys are thinking, the Italian and the rich.
So you think this is West Side, though? This is definitely a West Side thing.
Yeah,
Okay, you sound very confident.
I'm not, but that's my guess.
All right, Chris, thanks for the call.
All right.
2 weeks ago, a man won where they won.
Oh, yeah.
And look, doing it in any spot, that is very impressive, right?
Mhm.
It's hard to do. Last week, based on the new rules of where they wine and that you, the listeners, voted on, this man was forced to pick last.
Yeah.
And he did something we didn't think was possible.
Amazing.
Not only did he win back-to-back, he won back-to-back from the final spot where he was forced to go after Kimmy made the stupid decision to allow listeners to vote on the rules of where they wine. Today, he looks to do the impossible. Not only is he picking last again, he is looking for the first ever three-peat in where they wine in history. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, Armand. Armand, where are they whining?
Oh, goddamn. How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy. Don't screw it up.
Hey, it's a lot of pressure on something that I ain't going to win nothing for. You know what I'm saying?
You've been sitting on hold for 20 minutes. Don't yell at me.
But my guess is Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Because I had to go with that town, and that's a town that don't have many street lights, so I figure they need some light posts, and it's a good pick.
It's not the worst logic.
To the Henny.
That's what we are calling it the Henny now.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Armand, I don't hate it.
It's a pretty good pick.
I think he's got an outside shot here.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Armand, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Oh, Ben's pulling for you.
I really hope Armand done a good job. All right. We stand on the precipice of history.
Here we go.
Tommy's in Gates. I'm in Webster. Ben is in Fairport. John is in Jay picked around Coit, but then disqualified himself, then lied to our faces. He lied to our faces. Mark is in East Rochester. Joe is in Greece. Barber is in Irondequoit. After Barber's call, we found out there was an Italian man listening on Twitter who got very upset and
Yes.
changed the station, so now Josh has to listen in his earbuds. Steve is in Pittsburgh. And he
The
got,
worst pick.
Yeah, and he got really embarrassed and hung up and ran away when we
Yes.
pointed out his logistical issue. Johnny called up, started screaming at everybody. He picked Spencerport.
The second worst pick.
Darren is in a Hilton. He caused Kimmy to hit the disqualification
Whoops.
button early, which I think should disqualify Kimmy from running where they want.
Well, all right. I'm DQ'd.
Alex, on her way to counseling, has chosen Victor. Chris is in Chilai, and Armand, looking to make history back to back to back, has chosen Henrietta.
Mm.
I got goosebumps.
We got to have a winner today. We're all over the place.
Oh, Kimmy made a face.
I always make a face.
Yeah, she's always making faces, that Kimmy. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Sit down.
Nope.
You ain't getting squat.
I'm standing for 2.
You're going to be sitting on them chips.
What?
Dear God.
No, the rocks.
Yeah, why would I?
It hurt. It hurt your butt.
Today we have a winner.
Oh, no. Who did it?
You guys are gonna hate it.
Damn it! Damn it!
Who did we kill the worst?
No, you know who it is.
Because the person that won sounds like they'd be from this town. Because they whining in Spencerport.
Johnny.
The second worst pick.
God, he sucks.
He does.
And he sucks calling. Dude, God, lamppost and gates.
Definitely grew up in Spencerport.
Yeah, no, you're not kidding. Like that is a Spencerport attitude. Let me tell you something about myself. I got a cousin who wrestled. We had lacrosse first on the west side.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Way to go, Johnny. You suck
All right.
and everybody hates you. Let's take a break.
All right.
We as men need to look out for each other more.
Why? What did we do?
Well, look, we know we don't talk to each other. We
No.
know as we get older that
We don't dig deep into our feelings.
No. But there was something deep going on in Greece yesterday.
Oh.
As in these men ended up in the deep and had to be rescued. How do this many men, Kimmy, do this and none of them's like, hey, maybe this is a bad idea?
Yeah, like the first one should have told the other ones
Yeah, one
to
of them.
go. Like you all went in together.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. All right. I know it's a fact that men do stupid things.
Oh, sure.
We've all done really stupid things that we've hurt ourselves, put ourselves in the hospital. Afterwards, you've been like, why did we think that was a good idea? But what is amazing about this story, in a group of 5 men, men, not a single one of them was like,
maybe this isn't a good idea.
Like, what were you doing? Like, the only way this should happen is if you're posing for an album cover, right? Like, if you're Duke Jupiter and you went out in the wintertime to shoot an album cover, this is the only way this should happen.
Duke Jupiter.
Like, not all 5 of you. It shouldn't happen.
You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. 5 men.
Yes.
5 men had to be rescued out on Braddock's Bay by the Lakeshore Fire Department, the Grease Police, and the Coast Guard after the men fell through the ice yesterday afternoon.
Ice fishing.
Okay, so they were ice fishing. That's why they were out there.
It was a little warm out there.
Okay.
A little?
Yeah, warmed up.
It was in the 60s.
Yeah.
It was in the 60s.
You out there ice fishing in your bare arms.
So the Lakeshore Fire urged people to stay off the ice as the weather begins to warm up. Now, here's the thing.
Which is common knowledge, right?
Look, I'm ignorant to the whole
How
ice
thick is the
fishing
ice?
thing.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how long it takes for that to thaw.
One of my favorite Bee Gees song, by the way.
How thick is your ice?
How thick is your
Not enough.
ice? So, yeah, no kidding. Like, I
wouldn't chance it with the weather being the way
No.
it was.
Well,
This
look,
time of the year, we're going into spring, man.
haven't played pond hockey my whole life. If it was over 40, I wasn't going out on that thing. But that's a whole other argument. So, like, what is mind-boggling to me?
What's that?
One guy falls through the ice.
Got it.
I get it. 2 guys go through. Okay, weird. How did you have 5 guys that all agreed
I know.
this is a good idea?
Yeah, we're getting into Titanic numbers now.
Like, not a single one of them was like, hey,
Whoa,
boys.
whoa, whoa. There wasn't one guy who ran the other way.
Now, here's the thing. All of them are okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. They were all rescued. Everyone's good. Now, I get that if they were all standing there, they could have fallen through the ice at the same
Yeah,
time.
but you kind of had an inkling.
No, but my point is,
Yeah.
this idea was shared amongst the 5
Right,
of them.
why do it in the first place?
Not a single person was like, guys, what are we doing?
That old asshole hold.
How? So here's what I'm dying to know.
What's that?
Did all 5 men think this was a good idea to begin with?
Yes. 'Cause they wouldn't have done it if they didn't.
No. There's a second possibility that you as a woman would not understand.
Yep.
And I mean that as insulting as it sounded. 3 guys thought this was a great idea, and the other 2 dudes didn't want to look like bitches.
So it's called puss pressure.
You got it.
All right.
They put the push pressure on.
Oh, yeah, big time. Man, that could be.
It's like, I'll be honest with you. I have been in situations. I could see myself in this situation
Oh, yeah.
yesterday as a 38-year-old man. But they're like, guys, it's fun. I've been doing this forever. Everything's okay.
I feel like it only takes one guy to lead the group. Like, and to
They
be like,
could.
no, I do this all the time. It's
They
fine.
usually call that the Army.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, the way that man
Do you
pressure,
think it has to be 3 to 2 ratio?
there has to be a majority
Okay.
of 3 guys that
I
are.
think it only takes one, and then 2 others cave maybe,
Yeah.
and then the rest fall.
No, because if it's one that's vocal, all it would take is someone else to go like, no, and then you're going to find out from the other 3 how they actually feel, because there's an argument to be had. If 3 guys are vocally saying this dangerous thing is a good idea, the other 2 dudes will not stand up. They will go along with it. And in this case, they'll end up in Braddock's Bay.
Yes.
Question.
In their heaviest shoes.
Is 5 people too much to be ice fishing together? Like, is that a normal sized ice fishing group? Because I always picture like maybe 1 or 2 guys.
Usually
out
it's
there
2
at
dudes
a
in
time.
a bottle, right? Just sitting
But like
there.
5 seems like a lot.
I've never been ice fishing, so I don't know. I mean, like, again, if I'm talking hockey, like, you can get 20 guys out on the ice and
Well,
play.
yeah, but you need that amount of people to play the game, like to ice fish.
Oh, I thought you were asking if it was too many guys where they were going to fall through
I'm
the ice,
saying,
period.
Like, if you're just
Just
somebody
ice
that
fish.
regularly goes out ice fishing, like I didn't think it was like that big of a group normally that went out.
No, because it's like a
together.
little house.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't have the house. They were just on the
Yeah,
ice.
they're out there on the bare ice.
Well, you wouldn't need the house because it was so warm yesterday.
True.
Hence, maybe why going on the ice was a bad idea. So here's what really sucks.
What?
Here's what really sucks about this. These guys, it's obviously embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, you have to be rescued. There was a photographer on the shore
Yeah.
that took several pictures of these men having to be rescued in the most vulnerable ways
Oh,
possible.
yeah.
They're being dragged out of the hole by a rope.
Yeah, they're pulling them, right?
Yeah.
Like when like a horse falls through and stuff like that.
Exactly, and I'm glad that they're okay, obviously. But you can't tell me as a guy you're excited to see those photos afterward. Oh no, I made a mistake. And again, we've all been there.
Oh, yeah.
We've all been there. We've
Sure
all
enough.
needed someone to come help us out. We've
Yeah.
done something
It's
stupid.
humiliating.
Can't lie to your family at that point.
Imagine, to have
Why
to
are you soaking wet?
to have to go back and look at the photos of the mistake you made has to be the worst part of this.
And what sucks is for these guys, Like, I'm sure like this was their spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't go back. You can't go back to that spot, man. Like, everybody knows you. They know you went in.
If you're one guy that normally goes out with them that didn't this time, you're absolutely getting those pictures framed.
Yeah, you're right. Happy birthday. Here's a framed picture of you being rescued from falling through the ice.
But I'm moving my spot. I'm not going there anymore.
Well, I guess the good news is.
What's the good news?
I mean, like, nobody else was on the ice because, again, it was 60 degrees yesterday.
Right.
So you can't see their faces in the photos.
Yeah, but everybody knows. In the community of Icemen.
Icemen?
You know, yeah.
Is that what you call them?
Yeah. You know everybody knows these dudes, man.
Yeah, you bring up. Are there female ice fisherwomen?
It doesn't make sense, but there probably are.
Well, why do you say yeah? Do you know someone?
Yeah.
She
I
ice
do.
fishes.
Yeah.
Like she goes in with the drill and the whole thing?
She went with her dad.
Okay.
And
Oh, all right.
that's where she started. I don't know how often she does it anymore, but she knows how to. She can go out and do it.
No, I've never met a female ice fisherwoman.
It doesn't make sense. I
Why
get
doesn't-
guys ice fishing. That makes sense.
Why doesn't it make sense?
Because you don't want to talk to your wife. So you go out in this hole and just sit there and smoke. Drink.
No, but I mean, you could stay home and drink and smoke
No,
around
but
the hole
she's
too.
there. I want to get out of the
That
house.
was the joke. The hole.
Oh, that hole. Well, that would hurt with that drill.
No, I'm not. We come back, wrap it up, say what we're
She
doing.
reports to the cops.
Tomorrow.
Ow.
Here in the break room.
Ain't no fishing there.
Not when your mom's around. Come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing about next. See you about it. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Tuesday Rapperoozy.
Yep, for a Tuesday break from CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate
Mail of the week coming at you. 2 weeks ago, we had a really interesting story.
Yeah.
You know, the world's a very scary place right now.
Oh, yeah.
And because of that, there are some folks that are scared that we are sitting on the end of at the edge of global annihilation.
Annihilation.
Yes, because of that, there were some folks in Rochester that started putting together lists of nuclear bomb fallout shelters.
Yeah.
Ones that have existed for a very long time here in Rochester, and sharing them online. In case something were to happen, this is where you can go. And we talked about how that was probably not the smartest idea.
Yeah.
Because if you were looking to go get shelter in these places, they haven't been maintained since the late 1980s.
Yeah.
Right? There's not going to be any food.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that the structure itself is going to be okay. But we did find out that at one point, Rochester had enough fallout shelters to shelter 1/2 of Monroe County.
Yeah.
Everybody in the community. So we finished that discussion, moved on. Right? We got a letter from a gentleman.
Oh, yeah, what's he saying?
Well,
he's mad.
Well, he's mad. He's going to take shots at you and I. Kimmy always seems to get off scot-free on these letters.
No, that's not true. There have been some directed at me.
Gotten like 2 hate letters ever. And everybody.
So what's his issue?
Well, you need to be prepared.
We were laughing like jokesters.
Well, that's part of it. Part of that discussion also, we shared with you that there are prefab shelters you can buy.
Yeah.
Now, this guy does not have one of those. However, he does have a shelter in case of something just like this.
Okay.
And he is prepared in case of something
He's
just
ready.
like this. And he is here to tell us why, if you are not looking out for your family in every possible situation that could go awry, you're no man.
Oh.
Call yourself a man?
Yeah.
Well, you're not.
Why?
You could be obliterated by
I have
nuclear
pants.
war. No, you know. No. Women wear pants too now. It's the 20s.
They pantsuit him.
Tomorrow, a nuclear explosion where they whining. Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who managed to disqualify herself being the disqualifier on where they whining today.
I don't know what happens then.
Hit that button a little too early. For Tommy Muley, who really pissed off an old Italian man as an old Italian man. My name's Pat Tuffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.